Welcome to Hypnotic Advertising. I'm Dan O'Day, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if you're wondering if hypnotic advertising is just a catchy title or if there really are techniques used by hypnotherapists that you can use to create more effective ads and commercials. The good news for you is that I'm not particularly good at coming up with catchy titles, so you can interpret this seminar's title quite literally. You really are going to learn some exciting, powerful, easy-to-use techniques to exert much greater influence over the recipients of your advertising messages. My educational background is psychology, in which I earned my university degree. My postgraduate work was in hypnosis. You know how when you were a kid and you thought certain things would be really fascinating to pursue when you grew up, but then you grew up and discovered many things aren't quite as exciting as you had imagined? You found out that being a lawyer isn't exactly like being Perry Mason, and being a doctor requires an awful lot of studying and lots of very long hours and stress. Well, hypnosis is the only thing in my life that turned out to be more fascinating than I had imagined. And believe me, I could talk hypnotic theory with you for hours and hours, but I suspect you might become very, very bored. A number of years ago, I realized that many of the things a hypnotherapist uses to induce trance can be used as effective advertising tools. Some people use some of these tools without even realizing it. Others never use them simply because they don't know those tools exist. I've been applying these techniques ever since I became aware of them in broadcast commercials, in print advertising, and in direct mail to tremendous effect. Because this is an audio seminar, I'll illustrate the various techniques with lots of radio commercials, but please bear in mind that you can use these techniques in any advertising medium. In this seminar, I will combine traditional hypnotic techniques with some techniques that have been codified in a field of study called neuro-linguistic programming, or for short, NLP. You might have heard of NLP. You might even have seen it touted as some mysterious, powerful mind-controlling device. It's not. NLP is simply an analysis of how human beings process information and affect change in experience and in behavior, whether within themselves or within others. NLP is a bunch of tools that can be used to build more effective bridges of communication. As it happens, I was one of the first people to have been certified as an NLP practitioner back in the early 1980s, and I was the first person in radio or television to become so certified by one of NLP's co-founders. I say this not to impress you, but rather to reassure you that I'm not some latecomer to the subject, nor am I someone who happened to read a book about it and now is presuming to teach it to you. NLP was created by studying the works of several world-class communicators, including an anthropologist, a family therapist, and a psychiatrist named Milton Erickson. Erickson was an intuitive master of the hypnotic experience. His work had a profound influence on NLP. Having first learned what I would call traditional hypnotic theory in my university days, I found Erickson's approach to be exciting, challenging, and incredibly powerful. In this seminar, I will combine traditional hypnotic theory, Ericksonian hypnosis, NLP, and my own lifelong broadcasting career to present a perspective that is unique and, I hope, valuable to you. Before we go any further, let me offer this small piece of advice. Don't be afraid. When I have presented this seminar for live audiences, I've noticed that at first some attendees seem intimidated. They think, I'm not sure if I understand all these terms and these big words. And also, I don't think I could learn to use such sophisticated techniques. But then, about halfway through the seminar, I see them relax. I see their eyes light up, and I can almost hear them saying to themselves, now I get it. You and I are going on a journey. I will be your guide, and I will not allow you to become hopelessly lost. There's nothing to be afraid of. I will use a few scientific terms, but not many. My worst subject in school was science. If I can understand this, you can too. I will use a couple of fancy terms like Hebbian connections. It doesn't matter to me if you remember the terms. Hebbian connections is a label that is applied to a specific principle. If you can understand and learn how to use and remember the principle, I don't care if you remember the term that represents it. But sometimes we do apply labels to concepts simply to help us remember. So I will use a little bit of scientific language, but just a little. If you embark on this journey with me with a little faith, I promise it will be worth it. If you listen attentively, by the end of this seminar, you will know how to apply these techniques. Also, I have selected well over 100 audio examples to illustrate specific principles and techniques I'll be sharing with you. I expect this seminar to be heard by many different people representing all market sizes and many different countries and cultures. Gathering these examples has required a lot of work and a lot of thought. For most listeners, none of the examples will be objectionable. But depending upon your own sense of propriety, you might hear one or two commercials that you would never air, that you would find to be too rude. I have made a conscious effort not to censor myself in presenting these examples to you. Actually, there is one station promo that I decided not to include in this package because I felt that listeners who are particularly religious or particularly conservative might be offended, even though the spot in question has nothing to do with religion, and even though I am not offended by it. But aside from that one spot, I'm trusting that if you hear an example that does not represent your personal tastes, you will understand that I am trying to teach these principles by using as many different effective examples as I can. You will hear one commercial that includes a damn, and that's as close as we'll get to using bad language, and you'll hear a commercial for a type of business that I don't happen to frequent and that some people might be offended by, while many others won't be bothered by it at all. And then there's the sex education spot from Wales where, well, you'll hear it. Most people find it to be very effective, but I have to admit that when I find myself conducting seminars for religious broadcasters, I tend not to play that particular spot, again, even though it has nothing to do with religion. So if I do play a commercial that does not represent your own personal standards, I invite you to ignore it. In fact, one of the spots I'll play has a very strong religious message. And if that spot represents your point of view and you enjoy it immensely, I'm sure at the same time you will recognize that there are other people listening to this seminar who don't share your religious viewpoint and who don't appreciate the message as you do. But I'm including it because it so effectively illustrates a specific advertising principle. In this seminar, we are going to talk about the brain, hypnosis, communication, and memory. People remember associations, not facts. Don't try to sell in a commercial with facts because no one remembers facts. They don't remember how many billions of dollars the bank has on deposit. They don't remember how many models you have on the lot for them to choose from or what % financing or rebate you offer. Sell with associations. Everyone raised in North America can finish this sentence. In 1492, Columbus did what? Right, sailed the ocean blue. Now, if you were able to finish that sentence, I have a question for you. Have you been rehearsing that little rhyme? When you began to listen to this seminar, did you rehearse that rhyme just in case you'd be asked to complete it? No, the odds are you haven't even thought of that rhyme for decades. You might not have thought of it since you were 10 years old, but the association sticks. Sell the association, not the fact. Winston tastes good like... And if you were raised in North America, you probably finished that sentence with, a cigarette should. Now, it's not just that each of those two sentences rhymed. The rhyme helped. But you could remember those lines because of the associations they created. They could have said, Winston tastes good because of our premium tobacco. They could have put that in a jingle, you would have heard it 10,000 times, and you would have repeated, because of our premium tobacco, right now. The rhyme certainly helped strengthen the association, but rhyming something doesn't automatically mean the audience will remember it. People learn and remember through associations. Don't sell with facts. Sell via associations. Let's listen to some examples of commercials that use associations to sell, as well as a couple that misuse associations and thereby weaken the effectiveness of their messages.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Is that a VW you're driving?
Well, actually, it's an RPS.
Oh, yeah, an RPS. At first, I thought it was an MG.
Nope, RPS.
My wife thought it was an AMC. But I'll tell her it's an
RPS.
RPS, right. My little boy thought it was a BMW.
Your little boy?
He's only 6 weeks old. What does he know?
When he grows up, tell him it was an
RPS. Right. Where'd you buy it?
I built it myself, a piece at a time from my RPS auto parts store. They've got the parts, they've got the pros, and they've got the prices. That makes it an RPS.
Right. My dog thought it was a GMC.
Although you probably never heard of that advertiser before, now you've learned to associate RPS with automobiles. Here's another commercial that builds an association.
Good evening and welcome to Le Ciel Rouge. I'll be your waiter this evening. My name is Jean-Paul.
His real name is John, and he's from Minneapolis.
Please allow me to begin with this evening's specials. Tonight, Chef Jean-Pierre has prepared a magnificent beefsteak smothered in a zesty tomato confit. Very nice. It's then accompanied by a tantalizing pomme frite.
That's just a $40 cheeseburger and fries.
I, Jean-Paul, will give you a moment to decide and will return with sparkling water for la table.
He'll be back in a half an hour with tap water. Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect. Like the Mercedes-Benz E-Class. It starts at under $48,000. See your authorized Mercedes-Benz retailer for details.
MSRP for E-Class starting at $47,745. Includes $645 transportation charge. Excludes all taxes, title, license, and options. Retailer price may vary.
Test drive the affordable Mercedes-Benz of your dreams at your Mercedes-Benz Center. Or see them on the World Wide Web at mbsocal.com.
Now, that commercial did build an association, but what did you picture during that commercial? Probably a pretentious waiter in an overpriced restaurant. So what do you now associate with Mercedes? Probably pretentiousness. That might not be what they were trying to communicate, but they succeeded in associating Mercedes with overpriced pretentiousness. That's not the smartest way to use the power of association. Here's another commercial.
When you live just outside of town, life is so much simpler and the entertainment is free. Call Melanie Walker to see suburban properties and weekend getaways. 882-6123. Selling seclusion. Melanie Walker, ERA Rutherford Realtors. Once you're settled in, all that's left to do is buy a bug zapper and enjoy.
Now, the people who made that commercial thought they were being clever, and they were given an award by their local advertising association. But they have succeeded in associating that particular realtor with insect-infested properties, which might not be the smartest way to sell real estate. This next commercial, by the Richards Group, utilizes the power of association in a manner that is indirect, but nonetheless effective.
No. 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 No.
No. No. No.
Johnny, Lego my hair. No. Johnny, Lego my hair. No. Johnny, Lego my hair.
No. Hi, Susie. Will you go out with me?
No.
Hi, Susie. Will you go out with me?
No.
Yeah, can I substitute fries for coleslaw?
No.
Can I substitute beans for coleslaw?
No.
Can I substitute rice for coleslaw?
No.
Hello, sir. Can I have a raise?
No.
Hello, sir. Can I have a raise?
No.
Sir, I beseech you. Can I have a raise?
No.
Seeing as how the average person hears over 200 no's every day, wouldn't it be nice to hear a yes now and then? We think so, which is why at Union Planters our employees do everything in their power to find a way to say yes.
Is this car loan doable, Joan?
Yes.
Can you say that again, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Union Planters, the best answer in banking. Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC.
In that spot, in a world where it seems that all you ever hear is no, they associate Union Planters Bank with yes. Let's see what association this next commercial creates to the advertiser.
Oh, honey, I just love this Water Street Grill. And these fajitas, they're so darn good.
Oh, yeah, good.
The chicken, the prawns, and yeah, get those Texas baked beans.
Oh, yeah,
And the cheese, the salsa. I got a bit of gas here.
I'm on fire!
And quite spicy, too.
Come to the Water Street Grill for Cam's fabulous fajitas. And every Tuesday is Fajita Tuesday, 2 for just $12.99. Fajitas now at the Water Street Grill.
The Water Street Grill!
How likely are you to patronize a restaurant that you associate with digestive gas eruptions? Is that what you look for in a restaurant? By the way, fajitas don't even cause gas, but that's not the point here. The point is that you want to build an association between the advertiser and the consumer in a way that makes the consumer want to patronize the advertiser. Here's one last example of a commercial by Dick Terhune that builds an association.
Are we there yet?
No, does it look like
Where
we're
are we
there?
going?
I don't know.
I'm hungry.
I'm thirsty.
I want something
Guys.
to eat.
I want a drink.
Daddy, can we
Guys.
stop and get something to eat?
Guys, could you play something quiet for a
What
while?
can we play?
Are we there yet?
Does it look like we're there?
No.
Well, then why
Guys.
are you asking me?
Because you're ugly.
You're ugly.
Guys.
You're ugly.
Stop looking at me.
I'm not
Guys.
looking at
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Guys.
You are.
No,
Guys,
I'm not.
let's
Yes,
play a
you
game.
are.
Let's play a game. Count the cars.
Count all of them?
What do we count?
Which one?
Count.
That's boring.
Count.
I want to play.
Count the cars that start with A.
Audi, there's one.
Look, Daddy, it says it's from Danbury Audi. There's another Danbury Audi.
I got one over here.
How come we don't drive a Danbury Audi?
Daddy, do all Audis come from Danbury?
Yes. Where do Danbury Audis come from? Danbury Audi, a mile west of I-84, exit 8 at 52 Newtown Road, and at danburyaudi.com. Are you there yet?
In that commercial, the association is simple. If you live in or near Danbury, when you think Audi, think Danbury Audi. Let's talk about the brain. Neurologically speaking, as far as your brain is concerned, there is no difference between your memory of something you've seen before and your memory of something you've never actually seen. I know that sounds strange. Let me explain with an illustration from your own life. Is there some incident from your early childhood that one of your older relatives just loves to dig up whenever they see you? The time when you were 4 years old and you ran down the street naked, or the time you went blueberry picking and ate so many berries that you threw up in the back seat of the car. Can you think of an example of what I'm talking about, a favorite family story of something you did as a young child? If so, I'll bet I can predict a couple of things that happen whenever this aunt or uncle or parent tells this story. Number one, when they tell that story for the 10,000th time, you see it in your mind's eye. And number two, the odds are you've heard that story so many times that you're not sure if you actually remember it happening to you, or if you're just remembering the pictures that were planted in your mind each time some aunt or uncle told the story. As far as your brain is concerned, it doesn't matter. If you picture human memory as a filing cabinet, your brain drops the picture your eyes made when they witnessed a real event into a folder. And it drops a picture that was created only in your mind's eye into a similar folder. Neurologically speaking, it's the same process. And sometimes we find out after 20 or 30 years of hearing that story that it wasn't us in the story after all. It was our older brother. And we say, no, that can't be. I remember it. I can see it. But we're told, no, that's when we lived in the old apartment on Washington Street. We drove the Buick. You weren't even born yet. But you have that indelible picture in your mind's eye. Those pictures are mentally stored in your memory bank, regardless of whether you ever saw them in real life or just through other people's stories. In fact, I can think of an example from my own life. I live in Los Angeles, but I'm originally from Connecticut, where much of my family still lives. Once, during a New Year's gathering at my mother's house in Connecticut, many members of my extended family were gathered in the living room arguing about some topic of interest. Well, we weren't arguing, we were just discussing it heatedly. Several months later, my mother visited me in California, and once again that topic of discussion came up, referring to the earlier group discussion that had occurred in my mother's living room. I said, "Remember when Sam talked about the lawsuits and how he had read that guy had never lost a single court case?" Sam is my uncle. And my mother replied, "Sam wasn't even there when we talked about this." And I said, "Of course he was. In fact, I still remember where he was sitting, on the far end of the sofa." "No, Dan, Sam was in Florida. He retired to Florida a few years ago, and he spends every winter there. He's never in Connecticut during the winter, and he wasn't in my living room for New Year's." But I thought, I know he was. I could picture Sam sitting there that night on the far end of the sofa. And as I thought, I realized that some other family member who was sitting in the middle of the sofa had told the group about what Sam had told her about those lawsuits. And as she told us, she gestured to her right, which from my perspective was the left side of the sofa. And as she did so, in my mind's eye, I pictured Sam sitting there. And in my memory, I pictured Sam sitting there telling us that story. That is the power of a constructed image. You see, there are two types of mental images: eidetic images and constructed images. An eidetic image is something that you have seen. A constructed image is an image that you created in your mind's eye, and we will talk about ways to use each of these. But if you can build a powerful visual image in your target audience's mind that is related to what you are selling, then you can hang up your shingle and declare yourself to be an advertising genius. Whether a visual memory is eidetic or constructed can have very serious consequences. Take, for example, what is known as recovered memory phenomenon. This is when adults later in life remember that as children they were abused by an adult. And people tend to fall into two camps regarding this issue. Either they say, well, that must be true, no one would make up such a thing. Or they say, this is just ridiculous, it's a bunch of psychobabble, and it's all being created by unscrupulous therapists. In fact, there are such things as recovered memories, but how you recover them can be very dangerous. With a hypnotherapist, it's very easy to plant a suggestion in the patient's mind. And you don't have to come right out and say, do you remember the time your uncle took you behind the barn? You could just say, do you remember anything unusual and maybe a little upsetting that happened with your uncle when you were little? And part of the hypnotic relationship is that the subject wants to please the hypnotherapist and therefore searches for ways to fill in those blanks. This is a very controversial issue in psychology and in criminology, and that's because it is so tough at times to distinguish between what is real and what is not. But once a vivid image has been created, whether it's an eidetic image or a constructed image, its power is very real. Memories and associations are intricate networks of neurons. The advertising slogan, "Winston tastes good like a cigarette should," involves millions of neurons. The neurons used are not exclusive to one memory, because our memories are not stored in the brain cells, but rather as a pattern of electrical signals firing between the cells, in the synapses, the spaces between the cells. Associations and memories form what are called Hebbian connections. Hebbian connections are neurochemical changes in cells involved in one memory that make it easier for those cells to communicate to each other than to other cells not involved in the memory. A memory is a network. You have thousands of memories, which means you have thousands of networks of brain cells, and many cells are involved in many different memories. But any specific memory is one specific network of cells. For example, the network of connections involved in the memory of riding a bicycle. Once you recapture the concept of riding a bike, you recall all of the individual actions that go into riding a bike. You don't have to go to one part of the brain to remember how to position yourself on the seat and then go to another part of the brain to remember about balance. Once you recall that connection, you recall all the other connections in that network. That's why you can hear a song you haven't heard in 30 years and still be able to sing the lyrics. The first words of the song trigger the next words, as that particular network of Hebbian connections is triggered. Once I illustrated the concept of Hebbian connections during a live version of this seminar. What you are about to hear was not rehearsed in any way. I had no idea of knowing if it would even work.
Okay, let me give you a much more mundane example. Is anyone here a big Paul Simon fan, by any chance? Yeah? Okay, his album, Still Crazy After All These Years, remember that album? Okay. What's the second song on side one? No? No? Okay. First, no, it's not Kodachrome. That's the wrong album, wrong decade. Okay, can't do it. The first song on side one is Still Crazy After All These Years. Now, If you happen to know that album, think of the last strains of Still Crazy After All These Years and see if you come up with a guess as it fades out. Bingo. My Little Town. That's a connection. I could have offered $100 to the first person who could tell me track 2, side 1 of an album from 1977, and no one would have won it. But I tell you, think of the last strains of the first song, you got it. Okay, that's heavy in connection.
I don't care if you remember the term heavy in connections, but when you are advertising or promoting something, I do want you to remember to build chains of relationships where once you get the ball rolling, it doesn't stop until the message is delivered. Here's an illustration of the power of synaptic connections. Once I was interviewed by an advertising publication, and I was asked, what is the best radio commercial I ever heard? I thought a moment, and then I replied that the best radio commercial I ever heard wasn't a radio commercial at all. To this day, I don't keep business receipts unless I need it for the warranty. When my office manager says, should we ask them for a receipt, I always turn to her and say, a canceled check is my receipt. And that is because when I was a child growing up in West Hartford, Connecticut, and I would call the number for the correct time was sponsored by the local bank. Before they gave you the time over the phone, they would say, First National Bank reminds you, a canceled check is your receipt. The correct time is... Well, that's been a lot of years. And although it was on the telephone instead of the radio, it was a simple, clear message that I understood. And it really has had an impact. I don't save those stupid receipts. I just pull out my canceled checks. That phone recording connected canceled check and receipt for me. And it did it over and over. That was one of the big lessons in advertising for me. These days, of course, banks don't want to have to provide you with a canceled check, so maybe that particular synaptic connection has outlived its usefulness. But it's remained intact ever since I was a small boy. The wider the base of neurological contact, the more parts of the brain it involves, the stronger the impression. And the more senses you can involve, the wider the base of neurological contact. For example, I can drive from point A to point B 100 times with someone sitting next to me and telling me where to turn each time, and after 100 times I still won't know how to get there. But if I drive there once consulting a map with no one helping me, I'll probably know how to get there the second time. That's because I'm using more of my senses. If I'm driving and someone is telling me, all I'm using is auditory. I'm listening to his directions. But if I use a map, it's visual, because I have to look at the map. And then I have to look for the landmarks or street signs indicated on the map. And for me, it's also auditory, because I'm talking to myself. Okay, turn left on 5th Street, look for the highway entrance. And it's kinesthetic, because I'm holding the map, or I'm juggling the map. I'm using several senses at once, and my memory becomes that much stronger. I'm a little embarrassed to tell you this, but this often happens to me in movie theaters. If I go to a movie and get up in the middle to get some popcorn or to use the bathroom, the movie theater, of course, is dark, and I want to be able to find my row when I return. So I always carefully count the rows from my row to the back row, and then, once I've gotten the popcorn and returned, I can't remember how many rows I counted because I didn't bother to tell myself. The only sense I used was kinesthetic, the act of counting the rows with my pointed finger as I walked up the aisle, and maybe a tiny bit of auditory as I mentally counted the rows. If, when I got to the back of the theater, I had said to myself, 15 rows, got it? 15. And maybe I'd say to myself, 5, 10, 15. If I did that, I would remember my row number when I returned. The more senses you involve, the wider the range of connections. So if you hear anything during this seminar that makes sense to you, if you really want to remember it, I encourage you to make some notes. And then read over those notes, because you'll combine the auditory experience of hearing this seminar with the kinesthetic experience of making notes with the visual experience of reading those notes. I never lose my car keys because I always keep them in the left pocket of my trousers, but it seems that lost car keys is a common problem for some people. If you're one of those people, here's how to make it so you never again can't find your keys. Instead of coming into your house and throwing them on the counter or dropping them on your dresser, take just a moment to internalize the action you just took. For example, I put my car keys on the counter in the kitchen so I could grab them easily before leaving for my tennis match. We'll be talking a lot about sense modalities, and that sentence was very kinesthetic. That is, it revolves around actions. I put the keys, grab them easily, leaving for my tennis match. You're making an association that you will easily remember when you need your keys, if you take just that very tiny moment to make the associations. Here's a spot by James Stodd that involves more than one of the primary senses, thereby strengthening the impact of that message.
Close your eyes and visualize. Imagine a £1 coin. Cool, hard, sitting in the palm of your hand. Now imagine another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another. In fact, imagine 17,000 coins in a room. That's our stash of cash. We want to give it to you.
That spot was both visual and auditory, as you both saw and heard 17,000 £1 coins falling. The falling was a kinesthetic image, and it all led to the kinesthetic excitement of winning. People process information via the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, smell. And of the 5 senses, the first 3 are used the most often: sight, that's visual, sound, auditory, and touch, also known as kinesthetic or tactile. In advertising, it's smart to select the sense that people are going to use to identify with a product. For example, what do you picture when I say the word mustard? Almost everyone pictures yellow. So if you're selling mustard, don't try to get people to picture the mustard seeds. Try to get them to picture the yellow mustard. Here's a commercial by McConaughey, Stein, Schmidt, Brown for mustard.
Birds tweet, bees buzz, a loon calls. As you pick up your ham sandwich, you think, what a wonderful day for the company picnic. Then your boss sits down, bratwurst in hand. Stewardie asks, what's your opinion of the company these days? Your reply is direct. A concerned look crosses your boss's face. Stewardie says, I believe that squeeze barrel of Plockman's mustard is almost empty. Pass it over. Reluctantly, you do so. You're sure your boss will squeeze the remaining Plockmans onto his brat. He does, squeezing in rhythm with nature. The bird, your boss. The bees, your boss. The loon, your boss. As the last of the Plockmans falls on his bratwurst, you think, what a terrible day for the company picnic. Don't embarrass yourself. Don't run out of Plockmans.
Did you see the yellow mustard? That's a multi-sensory commercial. Remember, the more of the senses you can involve while delivering the sales message, the stronger the memory. Here we have birds tweeting, that's auditory. Other auditory images include bees buzzing and the squirting sound of the mustard. Visually, we could see the birds tweeting and the bees buzzing, and we saw in full color as the yellow mustard squirted out. On the other hand, here's a commercial that didn't give as much thought to the visual images it created.
Everyone's nightmare. You're at a job interview. The boss asks his first question.
Can you make coffee?
The more you know about this bogus job,
Huge opportunity.
the worse it looks. Here's one time when the more you know about something, the better it
You have
looks.
to kiss up to me on a daily basis.
The Chevy Cavalier. Looks good.
Empty trash.
And Cavalier has standard ABS and battery rundown protection.
Shine my shoes.
Cavalier.
My wife's
The more you
shoes,
know,
too,
the better it
every
looks.
day.
Genuine Chevrolet.
Oh, yes. And could you work for free?
Now, what did you picture? The interview situation? The boss? You or someone else applying for a job? Okay. And did you picture a Chevrolet Cavalier? Well, guess what they were supposed to be selling? Not job interviews. They're supposed to be selling cars. The picture you paint is the picture the listener will remember. And the picture the listener remembers is the impact your commercial makes on that listener. Here's a commercial by Dick Orkin that is highly visual.
Junior, you in your bedroom? Hello, son, I'd like to have a little talk with you. Could you turn the radio off? Thank you. What I want to talk to you about, son, is or another way of putting it is, which I admit is my way of looking at it, but could you look at me when I'm talking to you? Don't look at me like that. Son, your mother and I feel that we should talk to, and that's why I had the talk. Well, fine, I can see you're busy, so why don't you turn the radio back on? Doris, I talked to him. Everything's fine.
If this conversation between parent and teenager sounds familiar, it's time you read our free booklet, How to Talk to Your Teenager. Write TALK, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84150. That's TALK, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84150. Free from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons.
What did you picture? Did you picture the boy's room? Did you picture the boy? If so, I trust you realize there was no boy represented there. All we heard was the voice of the father. Did you picture his room? If so, did you picture rock posters on his wall? And if you pictured rock posters on his wall, think just for a moment how amazing that is, because the music in the background was not rock music. It sounds like something from 1955. Frankly, that commercial would have been even better if the Mormon Church had allowed them to use the kind of music today's teenager is likely to listen to. But even though the music was completely wrong, the character and the situation were so recognizable that they helped you paint a picture of a contemporary teenager. And I guarantee that if you saw a rock poster on the son's wall, it wasn't the Everly Brothers or Johnny and the Hurricanes. You don't have to try to remember what that commercial was about. All you need is for me to say, remember that spot where the father knocks on the son's door? And when I say that, the movie in your head begins, and you experience the commercial message all over again. Audio image generators. What is an audio image generator? It's any sound that occurs during your commercial. A sound effect, voice, or piece of music. If you include a sound in a commercial, that sound triggers a picture. Whether you want it to or not, whether you thought about it or not, it triggers a picture. And you had better be sure that it triggers the picture you want the targeted audience to see, because that is what they are seeing now. In this commercial, notice how instead of supporting the sales message, the sound effects actively compete with it for the listener's attention.
This is not a commercial. This is a 60-second radio coupon brought to you by the Chicken Box at 3726 North Tryon Street at the corner of Craighead and North Tryon. Please click this coupon from your radio immediately and redeem it at the Chicken Box for their delicious seafood special. Yes, not only does the Chicken Box have mouth-watering chicken and burgers, but fresh seafood like flounder, trout, perch, croaker, plus jumbo and popcorn shrimp. Your radio coupon entitles you to the delicious seafood meal at a very special price. For only $5.95, you get the seafood special, including fresh fish, succulent shrimp, outstanding oysters, and delicious deviled crab. You get it all for only $5.95 when you use your radio coupon. And here's how. Just tell the folks at the Chicken Box you heard about their seafood special on Power 98 WPEG, and you'll get it all for only $5.95. Stop by the Chicken Box today at 3726 North Tryon Street at the corner of Craighead and North Tryon, or phone ahead for fast pickup. Call 332-2636. The Chicken Box. You can't get it fresher at home.
What did you picture during that commercial? Chickens? A scissors cutting out the coupon? A cash register ringing? The telephone ringing? Did you picture yourself either ordering dinner from the Chicken Box or eating dinner from the Chicken Box? Probably not. But that's what they were supposed to sell. You want to make the audience picture what you are trying to sell them. If they picture anything else, you're not selling. Whoever produced that commercial tried to find the right sound effects, but they thought that right means finding an effect that literally represents every word in the script. Right means finding the sound effect that paints the picture that sells what you are advertising. Remember, the sound effect you use in a radio commercial determines the mental pictures your listeners will make. Here are some examples of commercials that use audio effectively to create visual images that sell what's being advertised, starting with this spot created by Dave Green.
chances are you'll never have the opportunity to drive one of these. On the other hand, you can get behind the wheel and experience one of these. But only at Ferrari of Central Florida. Get in. Hold on to something. We're going for a ride. Ferrari of Central Florida, the area's only authorized Ferrari dealer. 525 Lake Destiny Drive, parallel to I-4 between Maitland and Winter Park. Call Ferrari of Central Florida at 407-667-4300.
In that commercial, the audio leads to visual images and, even more strongly, to a kinesthetic experience, the experience of driving a high-performance vehicle at high speed. Use of sound also can color the pictures and affect the emotional response elicited by the commercial. Take, for example, this commercial, produced by Andre Bergeron.
There's a sound that strikes fear in the hearts of many. It can signal the beginning of another in a series of crises that become commonplace. It's an alarm that sounds with news of trouble, injury, or death. If someone you love is addicted to alcohol or drugs, this can be the most terrifying sound in the world. New Beginnings at Waverly understands your fear and can ease your pain. They can help your family on the road to recovery. All it takes to get started is a phone call. For the addict, this can be a frightening sound. People addicted to alcohol or drugs are afraid. Afraid of discovery. Afraid to admit they have a problem. New Beginnings understands your fear as well.
New Beginnings.
Call New Beginnings at Waverly. 1-800-642-7495. That's 1-800-642-7495. Give your family a new beginning.
That commercial is more sophisticated than it might appear on the surface because it ties two modalities together. By modality, I simply mean the form of communication, auditory, visual, or kinesthetic. They tie the auditory, the sound of a ringing telephone, to the kinesthetic, the emotional response to that ringing sound. They tie the ringing telephone to the dropping sensation in the pit of your stomach when the phone rings in the middle of the night and you fear something has happened to someone you love. Here's a commercial that really isn't very good, except that it establishes a strong audio signature.
You look like you've had a hard day, honey.
Oh, I'm beat. I could go to sleep right now. Oh, where am I? Why, this is incredible. Look at that view! And those mountains, why, it's beautiful! I feel so alive.
Look at all the fun and relaxation they have here.
Look at that swimming pool with a hot pool next to it. And that restaurant, I've never tasted food so delicious. Why, I must be at...
John, wake up. You've been dreaming.
Oh, and what a dream. I dreamt I was at Sun Mountain Lodge.
I think you've been working too hard, John.
Maybe you're right.
For reservations, call 996-2211. Located near Winthrop, Washington, the gateway of the North Cascades, Sun Mountain Lodge.
In my How to Create Radio Commercials That Sell seminar, I stress the importance of a strong core message, which, unfortunately, this spot lacked. But that homemade audio tag, where they sing Sun Mountain Lodge, even though it's very corny, becomes an instant identifier. If they had tied that audio signature to a strong core message, they would have had a powerful commercial. In the United States, traditionally, there have been three major television networks: NBC, CBS, and ABC. What is NBC television signature? Right, the NBC chimes. That's an audio signature. What is the signature for CBS television? It probably took you a moment longer before you answered the CBS-I. That's a visual signature. What's ABC TV's signature? They don't have one. And frankly, the network has no identity. And which network is the weakest brand of the three? ABC. The strongest network signature is NBC's. When I ask, what is the symbol for NBC, almost everyone immediately replies, the chimes. When I ask, what is the symbol for CBS, there's usually a pause, and then the person says, oh, the I. Why are the NBC chimes the strongest signature? Not because the signature is auditory, but because it's intrusive. You can sit in front of the TV set and close your eyes, and those chimes still reach your brain. A successful signature has to be effortlessly memorable. Kinesthetic images consist of movement or feelings. Tactile, touching, holding, or feeling, whether feeling physically or feeling emotionally. If I were to say to you, imagine that right behind me is a chalkboard, and I were to take my fingernails and drag them across that chalkboard. Guess what kind of image that is? Kinesthetic. Even as I described myself dragging my fingernails across that imaginary chalkboard, you might have found yourself inwardly groaning or clenching your jaw or contracting your stomach muscles. That's a kinesthetic response. Even though if I really did it, it would be an auditory experience. It would make a distinctive sound. And it's the memory of that sound that causes that kinesthetic response. In fact, it's doubly kinesthetic, because not only do you have that physical reaction, you also have the movement of the fingers across the chalkboard. Just the phrase, like nails on a chalkboard, is such a strong image. It's completely kinesthetic on more than one level. When they decided to market Kentucky Fried Chicken, how did they describe it? Tasty? Delicious? No, because eating fried chicken isn't a gustatory experience. It's a kinesthetic experience. It's not a matter of flavor and taste. It's a matter of how it feels when you eat it. It's greasy and messy. And Kentucky Fried Chicken was marketed with the very accurate slogan, it's finger-licking good. They didn't talk about the secret spices or the fresh ingredients. They talked about the kinesthetic experience. Eating corn on the cob is a kinesthetic experience. It's hot. The butter is melting all over. The pieces get caught in your teeth. That's a kinesthetic experience. In the 1960s, Hertz Rent-A-Car's advertising campaign said, Hertz puts you in the driver's seat. And their TV commercials featured a business person flying through the air and landing in a moving car and driving away. Flying through the air and landing in a car is a kinesthetic experience. And driving a car is what kind of experience? It's kinesthetic. Your hands on the wheel, your rear end in the seat, the vibration of the car, the feeling of the speed, that's kinesthetic. If you eat too much and have an upset stomach, is that experience primarily visual, auditory, or kinesthetic? It's kinesthetic. It's the feeling you get after you've overeaten. And the classic Alka-Seltzer commercial from the 1960s said, I can't believe I ate the whole thing. You could practically feel his gaseous discomfort. And that was followed by, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. That begins auditorily, as you hear the tablets drop into the water, but it very quickly becomes kinesthetic. When you drop the tablets into a glass, it splashes. That's kinesthetic. And the fizzing is kinesthetic. And the relief it brings is kinesthetic. There's a hamburger chain in the southwestern United States called Carl's Jr. They sell to their core target demo of 17 to 24-year-old males. And they have identified what it is that 17 to 24-year-old males want from a hamburger, and that is what they sell.
Okay, so you shell out $7.50 to see the latest action-adventure flick, then they want the rest of your paycheck for some stale popcorn. This is the How to Eat Meat Man from Carl's Jr. telling you not to say hasta la vista, baby, to the movies. Just smuggle a big, juicy Carl's Jr. Superstar right into the multiplex. First, get a nice roomy backpack, plastic lined, then wait for the lights to go down, take out that big, meaty burger, and chow. Now, you're going to drip sauce on the chairs, the floor, and your date, but that's the good part about eating a juicy Carl's Jr. Superstar at the movies. It's dark, and if the manager does show up and tell you to leave, look him right in the eye and say, "Go ahead, make my day." This has been the How to Eat Meat Man from Carl's Jr. telling you that if it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
How tasty are their hamburgers? They don't say. But are they juicy and messy? Do they drip all over the place? Yes. And this is a kinesthetic commercial. Note all the kinesthetic images they created. Smuggle, roomy backpack, drip sauce on the chair, on the floor, on your date. By the way, a lot of people hate those commercials. You see letters to the editor of the local newspaper complaining about these disgusting, offensive commercials. And all of those letters are written by middle-aged women, which is not their targeted audience. Here's one more commercial from that campaign. See how many kinesthetic terms you can spot.
Hey, it's the How to Eat Meat Man from Carl's Jr. telling you how to eat meat at your grandma's, okay? Grandma's expecting you for dinner, so get a haircut. And by all means, stop at Carl's Jr. and pick up a big, juicy, charbroiled sirloin steak sandwich. Because if your grandma's like mine, her idea of meat is loaf. Nice and dry, because it's been in the oven since the Truman administration. So, take your big, juicy steak sandwich to Nana's. And don't freak when steak sauce squirts all over. Come on, it's Grandma's house. Plastic slipcover central. Which means you don't have to worry about a drippy, messy Carl's Jr. steak sandwich. You have to worry about becoming permanently stuck to the couch. This is the How to Eat Meat Man from Carl's Jr. reminding you that if it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
Did you notice the kinesthetic terms? Starting with a new haircut, which includes the suggestion of little hairs clinging to the back of your neck. The juicy steak sandwich. The dry meatloaf. The sauce squirts all over you. Don't freak. Remember, kinesthetic means feelings, emotions also. Drippy, messy, stuck to the couch. Is that an accident? All those kinesthetic images? For all I know, it might have been. Maybe the person who wrote that commercial has never even consciously thought about this, and it's an accident. Maybe he's never even heard of Hebbian connections. I don't care, as long as he's able to do it. The Carl's Jr.'s commercials deliberately associate their product with a slogan that expresses a kinesthetic experience. If it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face. They're selling the association that their target demo makes to eating a good hamburger, big and juicy and messy. Their commercials are primarily kinesthetic, but they're also visual and auditory. This might surprise you, but as a consumer, I don't like the Carl's Jr. commercials. I think they're juvenile. But guess what? I'm not in their target demo, which is 17 to 24-year-old males. Descriptive kinesthetic language is more memorable than scientific language. For example, you could say regurgitate, or you could say throw up. If you're trying to make an impact, make it descriptive. NLP practitioners have learned that if they alter someone's perception of an experience, they can alter that person's reaction to it. If, for example, someone is haunted by a painful visual image, either something she saw or something she imagined, you can alter her reaction to her memory of that image by changing it. Not necessarily by changing the content of the image, but the representation of the image. For instance, the subject might be depressed whenever she remembers when someone she loved did something that she experienced as very hurtful, very painful. Being a highly visual person, when she recalls this experience, she pictures it in her mind's eye. Being human, she finds herself picturing this painful scene repeatedly. And when she pictures this painful scene, she experiences the hurt all over again. Some common NLP techniques for helping her change her reaction to the image include the following. change the size of the picture. When I used to work as an NLP practitioner with clients, I would ask, are you seeing it in color or in black and white? How big is the picture? Does it fill a movie screen, or is it the size of a photograph or a TV screen? Very often, the client would respond, it's like seeing it on a big movie screen and it's in color. Great. Now let's change that image and see what happens. Look at the scene on the movie screen, and now let's shrink it down to the size of a 9-inch black and white TV set. How does that feel now? Often the client would say, it doesn't hurt so much when I see it like that. If that didn't work, I might have her shrink it to the size of a postage stamp. Or if she usually saw it as an 8 by 10-inch photograph, I'd have her blow up the image until it was the size of a mountain. How does that feel now? If that didn't feel any better to her, I'd have her picture the other person as being only 3 feet tall. If it was a man, I might suggest that she change what he was wearing to a frilly dress, or have him standing barefoot in a bucket of manure. Sounds ridiculous, I know. But we always were able to find a way to change the visual image so that it was less painful for the client to recall. Once we found an image that was less painful whenever she recalled it, then we would work on establishing an association to that image rather than to the original one. A highly auditory person, on the other hand, might repeatedly relive that painful moment by hearing in her mind what that other person said. In that case, we would change the sound. I'd have her hear the voice as though the other person had just inhaled helium, so that he was talking in a high-pitched, squeaky voice. That particular technique almost always produced a very different emotional response by the client to that incident. How does this apply to advertising, especially broadcast advertising? The overall sound of your commercial, including voice, music, and sound effects, greatly influences the effectiveness of that message. Far too many producers simply take a piece of written copy and then look for a music bed to slap underneath it. Music should be used only if it somehow enhances the message. Here's a commercial that illustrates how much sound can affect the ultimate experience.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. It is a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the evil Galactic Empire. During the battle, rebel spies managed to steal secret plans to the Empire's ultimate weapon, the Death Star. It's just not the same without the music of John Williams. The Metropolitan Winds present a tribute to the music of John Williams, the man who set the pace for some of the most exciting movies ever made. Star Wars, Jaws, E.T., and Raiders of the Lost Ark. Concerts July 4th at Bass Performance Hall and July 11th at the Meyerson Symphony Center. A tribute to the music of John Williams. Come hear the music that made the movies.
Remember, kinesthetic is a term that encompasses not only physical motion, but also emotions. So someone who reacts emotionally is reacting kinesthetically. Emotions serve as memory markers or flags. If you were above the age of 8 in 1963, do you know where you were when JFK was shot? How about where you were when you heard that Elvis died? Where were you when John Lennon died? Where were you when Kurt Cobain died? If you could remember where you were when you heard about at least one of those events, then it's a safe bet that the person in question had some emotional significance to you. I was alive during all 4 of those events, but I remember only the first 2, when JFK was shot and when I heard that Elvis had died. I never cared much for John Lennon, so the news of his murder wasn't as shocking to me as the news of Elvis's early death, and Kurt Cobain was nothing more than a name to me. In fact, I can tell you exactly when and where I created the first version of this seminar. I hadn't even thought of doing such a seminar. My father died when I was 20, and I woke up one night a few years ago after having a very emotional dream about seeing my father. And I went into the bathroom, turned on the light, pulled out a notepad, and 2.5 hours later, I had written the foundation of this entire seminar. I don't know why, because the dream had nothing to do with hypnosis, but that emotional dream unleashed all these thoughts. Emotional markers create and unleash strong associations. I wrote all of these notes upon awakening from a very emotional dream about my father. That dream, by the way, was preceded by what I call the radio dream. If you've ever worked on the air in radio, you probably know what I'm talking about. In the radio dream, you're in the studio when suddenly you realize you're not prepared for the next program element. In this dream, I had just hit the recorded weather intro when I realized I didn't have the slightest idea what the weather was supposed to be. A silly dream, but one that is accompanied by emotion. Emotional markers affect memory like this. Think of your memory as a continuous line, beginning at birth and concluding at death. Obviously, you cannot remember everything that ever happens along that journey. Imagine that you're driving at a steady speed along a straight, flat highway, and you see a sign on the side of the road that suddenly makes you want to take a detour. Next stop, Stuckey's. Last bathroom for the next 50 miles. Those markers get your attention during that long drive, and emotional moments become especially implanted in our memories because they make more of an impact than the far larger number of moments that don't affect us emotionally. We're going through our lives, minding our own business, the radio's on, somebody's talking, and then something triggers an emotional marker, and now we're right there with the person who's talking on the radio. Or we're flipping through a magazine, and a word or image suddenly leaps off the page because it triggers an emotional marker. Or it might be an image in a TV commercial, or the headline on a direct mail piece. The more you can use this in your advertising, the more powerful your message will be. Remember, emotions fall under the sensory classification of kinesthetic. They're feelings. There was an aspirin commercial in the 1960s. A young woman apparently has a headache, and she snaps at her mother, "Mother, please, I'd rather do it myself." That's doubly kinesthetic, the pain of a headache, and the irritation toward her mother. Before I play this next example, I'd like to talk to you about your body. Imagine you're standing in front of a full-length mirror, completely naked. What do you see? How do you feel about what you see? Now, let's hear the commercial.
Body Works. Get your body in shape at Body Works too. We're having a special sign up now. 1-year membership, 30% off. Body Works. Body Works. Until July 4th. It's our opening special. 30% off 1-year membership. Body Works 2 new facilities will have 2 new tanning beds and racquetball. Body Works. Body Works. Aerobics and martial art classes. Sign up now. Body Works. Also offering a nursery and babysitting while you sweat. Sign up for our opening special. It won't last forever.
That commercial should have been very personal. After all, it's your body they're talking about. What can be more personal to you than your body? When I asked you to picture yourself naked, I commanded your full attention. This spot, however, talks about the sponsor, not the listener, not the consumer, without establishing any emotional connection. How hard should it be to make a Hawaiian vacation sound appealing? Gosh, you sure don't have much to work with, do you? Golden beaches, crystal clear waters, balmy tropical breezes, the sound of the surf outside your window, just relaxing, lying in the sun, swimming, snorkeling, windsurfing. Well, it shouldn't be very hard. I'd like to play for you a disc jockey ad-libbing about his family's trip to Hawaii. Notice how easily he invites you into the picture as you envision his year-old son's excitement.
What a ball we had Saturday, the first morning off, really, for me. Took Max for a walk, and we went just down the ocean walk there. It's so much fun. We had reservations about a year-old child in Hawaii. But there is so much to see and do for everybody. He got off on all the animals, the little ducks and the geese and the koi, because there's so many different. Every hotel has the ponds and the waterfalls and stuff. He just was loving it. Now, I don't know, we got to fill the bathtub with more fish for him to become more comfortable back here. But, boy, it worked out. And, you know, if it's good for a year-old kid, you know it just gets better year after year after year. It was a lovely place. We had a great time.
Now, believe it or not, I think that is a good radio commercial, except, unfortunately, it isn't. It's just a disc jockey talking. Here is the paid commercial that played on that radio station on that day.
Warm rays, refreshing water, and gentle breezes welcome you to the Maui Intercontinental Resort. You'll love the tropical setting in renowned Wailea. Enjoy crescent-shaped beaches and 22 lush oceanfront acres. You'll be inspired by magnificent views of paradise. Awake to the challenge of championship golf and tennis. Discover a variety of dining experiences and friendly Hawaiian service. In celebration of Maui Intercontinental Resort's recently completed $40 million renovation, the hotel's room and car package is just $99.50 per person per night, based on double occupancy featuring a mountain view room and a budget rent-a-car. Or select the Golf Paradise package, including 3 nights golf and a budget rent-a-car for only $530 per person, based on double occupancy. To take advantage of these special offers, call your travel agent or toll-free 1-800-367-2960. 1-800-367-2960. Also ask about honeymoon and family plan packages. The Maui Intercontinental Resort in Wailea, Maui's favorite son.
Now, which motivated you to imagine taking a trip to Hawaii? The disc jockey talking to you in real language about his little boy being fascinated with the birds and fish, or the commercial announcer talking about their crescent-shaped beaches and 22 lush oceanfront acres and their variety of dining experiences? I'm guessing it was the disc jockey talking and sharing with you his little boy's delight, a gently emotional message, contrasted with a cold, hard, factual, boring commercial that followed it. Here is a very different type of commercial, created by Chuck Bloor, that uses a different emotion.
The voices you are about to hear were found in the Texas Panhandle.
A, B, C, E, F, G.
Jonas?
Now my A, B, C's.
Jonas, why don't you put something on there so your mommy can hear it?
Okay, Daddy.
Say, Mommy, I love you.
Mommy, I love you.
This is Jonas speaking.
This is Jonas.
Can you say speaking?
Speaking. This is Daddy. What's your Daddy?
The tape recording you just heard is all that's left of that little boy and his daddy. The only thing he knew about traffic safety, his daddy taught him by accident. Observe Texas traffic safety regulations. Be careful, damn it, be careful. Traffic safety doesn't happen by accident.
It's quite possible that you didn't enjoy that commercial. Whenever I play that spot during a seminar, the audience always is very quiet afterward. Once I played it, and after what seemed to be an eternity of silence, someone said quietly, "That's disturbing." And you know what? I think the fact that children die on our highways every day due to the carelessness of their parents is disturbing. Did you enjoy that commercial? Probably not. But do you think the message would have been as strong if it had consisted of an announcer reporting the latest traffic accident statistics as compiled by the government? How would you like to pull into a service station, fill your tank with gas, and drive off without paying anything at all? You'd probably be delighted, perhaps excited, maybe even thrilled, but you would react emotionally to such an opportunity. Hey, who wouldn't? That's what this next spot is all about, but that's not what they sell. Instead, the focus is on when the promotion will occur, not on the advantages or the emotional excitement the promotion offers to the listener.
It could be today.
Possibly tomorrow.
It will happen soon. Soon, Cajun 103 will fill your gas tank free. Win free gas from Cajun 103.
With a Cajun 103 bumper sticker.
It could be tomorrow. The place, Kenny Wentz, Texaco, corner of Lee and Highland. Soon, Cajun 103 will give you your share of $1,003 in free gas.
Keep listening to find out when.
The only way to win is to have a Cajun 103 bumper sticker on your car. Pick yours up now.
Then keep listening to find out when we'll fill up your tank with free gas.
It could be any time.
It will be soon.
From Cajun 103.
Was there any emotion in that spot? Did it command your interest? Probably not. Here's a commercial that truly identifies the emotional angle, focusing not on the advertiser, but instead on the potential client.
They tell you at the academy to get it over with right away. Get the burden off as soon as you can. So they've got this procedure. First, you say, this is Officer Vance, is this Mr. or Mrs. Lewis, say that's their name. And then you just go ahead and tell them that their son or daughter has been killed in an accident. And then you say you're sorry. You'd be amazed how many people say exactly the same thing, that they knew this was going to happen, that they knew he was drinking, and why didn't they do something about it before now? And that's always a tough question for me, because I don't know why they didn't do something about it either.
Charter Peachford Hospital offers an alcohol and drug treatment program for teenagers. Call Charter Peachford at 454-2305. Because if your teenager is out there risking his life, there is something you can do to make him stop. If you don't get help at Charter Peachford, get help somewhere.
The emotion they chose was fear. Was that the only possible emotion they could have chosen? No, they could have chosen joy, the joyfulness of having the child free of his drug problem, or anger, the anger that the teenager feels toward her parents and teachers who keep nagging at her, or frustration. But they chose an emotion, and they used that emotion to communicate the sales message. What emotions might you use to sell a cable sports network? There's a TV sports channel in North America called ESPN. And a number of years ago, they launched ESPN2. What emotion would you choose to sell a new sports channel? The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, reliving thrilling moments of sports history? Well, here's what they chose.
Okay, people, next up a poem from the lovely Jenny.
This is a poem about, this is a poem. My love is lost, and that hurts most. What's left is only burnt toast. I melt, I turn to slush, like a toilet unable to flush. I pour my heart out, he is but a wall. Watching NCAA hoops, 180 games in all. If it were a woman, there'd be something I could do, but it's the devil's network, one called ESPN2. A little affection, all I seek, but NHL hockey 3 nights a week. IndyCar, NASCAR, college football too. We never do the things we used to do. There's even a wrap-up show called RPM Tonight, it's not enough to watch the races. He's got to watch stupid highlights, and then it's, oh, Jenny, could you move a little? You're in the way. God, I could kill him, and to think this is the man I was going to procreate with? Thank you.
ESPN2. Some will love it, others not so much.
That commercial, produced by Goldsmith Jeffrey, used anger and resentment to sell a sports channel. Could they have chosen a different emotion? Yes. But before you begin writing, decide what one emotion will drive the entire commercial or campaign. Every campaign you do, whether it's a commercial campaign or a simple promo or a liner, should be emotionally based, and you should know what that emotion is before you write it, not afterward. You know what I like most about Christmas? Giving and receiving presents. You know what I like least? Wrapping presents. I never have enough wrapping paper, and when I do, I run out of Scotch tape before I've finished, and if I live to be 100, I'll never learn to tie a ribbon around a box and into a bow. You're probably better at gift wrapping than I am, but even so, you probably were able to relate to what I just said. That's the type of personal angle, of emotional angle, that should have been utilized in the following commercial.
This Christmas poem is brought to you by the nice people at Crate and Freight of Lewisburg, your one-stop packing, shipping, and mailing centers. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all across the room, the packages were flying as Santa's approach was soon. The packages were piled by the chimney with abandon, in hopes of delaying St. Nicholas's landing. With Ma in a tither and I in despair, 'cause we had just found out the Scotch tape wasn't there. The ribbons and wrapping had run out long ago, and since replaced by newspaper, not very chic, you know. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, it was neighbor George and quite full of chatter. Scotch tape, wrapping paper, I've had it to there. I'm off to Crate and Freight, they'll wrap it with care. As he pulled from the driveway, I heard him expound, Crate and Freight has the paper and they'll wrap it around. Quick as a flash we gathered our mess, and where to you say? Well, there's only one guess. And now as we sit by the fireplace with glee, thank you, Crate and Freight, you've made Christmas for me. Crate and Freight at 548 North 3rd Drive in Lewisburg.
People have lots of emotional associations to Christmas gift giving. Did that commercial touch on any of yours? This next one, however, is an extraordinary commercial.
My name is James Walter Smith. I'm currently serving a life sentence with no chance of parole at the state penitentiary. I'm 23 years old. If you would have met me a month ago, I probably would have shot you just for the money in your wallet. If you would have met me 2 years ago, I might have raped your wife, your sister, or your daughter. If you would have met me 7 years ago,
I would have beaten you with a baseball bat just for wearing the wrong colors. If you would have met me 12 years ago,
I might have robbed your son or daughter for the change in their pockets. But if you would have met me when I was
5, maybe you could have made a difference in my life.
90% of prison inmates have been abused as children. Through early intervention and treatment, Childhaven can reduce the chances of an abused child from becoming a violent offender from 47% to just 3%. To help, give us a call or visit childhaven.org, because helping a child helps us all.
That is using emotion, appropriately and powerfully. One small thing that would have made it even better. It would have been more effective if they had delayed the start of the music. Instead of starting the music when the announcer's voice came in, they could have delayed it until she said, "to help." The announcer's first words were a recitation of statistics. But the emotional impact of this message does not lie in the statistics. It lies in the fact that you can help that young boy avoid a path that will lead to a life in prison. Remember, though, that I am making only that one small criticism of an otherwise excellent commercial. Just as an experiment, let's listen to that spot once more. Notice where the music begins, and see if you can imagine the increased impact of the music if the music did not begin until the announcer said, "to help."
My name is James Walter Smith. I'm currently serving a life sentence with no chance of parole at the state penitentiary. I'm 23 years old. If you would have met me a month ago, I probably would have shot you just for the money in your wallet. If you would have met me 2 years ago, I might have raped your wife, your sister, or your daughter. If you would have met me 7 years ago,
I would have beaten you with a baseball bat just for wearing the wrong colors. If you would have met me 12 years ago,
I might have robbed your son or daughter for the change in their pockets. But if you would have met me when I was
5, maybe you could have made a difference in my life.
90% of prison inmates have been abused as children. Through early intervention and treatment, Childhaven can reduce the chances of an abused child from becoming a violent offender from 47% to just 3%. To help, give us a call or visit childhaven.org, because helping a child helps us all.
Here's a commercial that utilizes the technique of involvement, which we'll come to later, and it uses emotion, but not as effectively as the commercial you just heard.
What is it about us women? What is it about us that makes us feel guilty when we vacuum around furniture instead of under it? What is it about women that makes us never take the last piece of anything from a plate? What is it that makes us lick Kleenex and scrub kids' faces with it? Even kids that aren't our own. What makes us do that? What is it that makes us 50% better than men at locating misplaced socks? What is it that makes us buy canned goods and put them in our cupboards and then never use them? Is that heredity or environment that makes us do that? I'd like to know. And what is it that makes us smoke cigarettes even more than men? I'd like to know that too. And what is it that makes cigarette companies spend millions of dollars in advertising each year to get us to keep smoking? Could it be the millions in profits they make? What is it about that fact that makes you so mad? And now that you know, what is it you're going to do to quit?
That commercial immediately sucks you in and then makes a smooth segue to the core message. But it doesn't seem terribly effective, does it? That's because the emotion didn't appear until the very end of the commercial. You don't use a commercial to lead people to an emotion. You use an emotion to lead the targeted consumer to a specific sales message. Are you familiar with fire ants? In some parts of the country, they're also known as red ants. Fire ants are large, bright, red, bulbous ants that are very aggressive. They bite, and when they bite, it hurts. Knowing that, what emotion would you choose to sell a product that promises to get rid of fire ants?
Fire ants do not make honey. They don't have pretty wings, they don't bring you luck, they just bite you repeatedly, leaving painful, stinging welts. You cannot change a fire ant, no matter how much counseling you give him. Show me a man who stoops to help a fire ant, and I'll show you a guy with welts on his butt. No, fire ants must die, and they must die quickly. Before you've got so many mounds in your backyard, you need a lunar module to get to the barbecue. You don't want baits, since those can take more than a week. And you don't want to lug a big sack of chemicals and a hose around the yard. No, what you want is Anstop Orthene Fire Ant Killer from Ortho. You put 2 teaspoons of Anstop around the mound, and you're done. It's that fast. You don't even water it in. The scout ants come out. They track it back into the mound, and here's the really good part. Everybody dies, including the queen. The queen is dead. Vive la Révolution! That's French, you know. Anstop Orthene Fire Ant Killer from Ortho. Kick fire ant butt. For best results, always follow label instructions.
The emotion used in that commercial, which was created by Radio Savant, was hatred, which is what a lot of people who have encountered fire ants up close and personal feel toward them. Here's another commercial from the same campaign.
Fire ants are not lovable. People do not want fire ant plush toys. They aren't cuddly, they don't do little tricks, they just bite you and leave red stinging welts that make you want to cry. That's why they have to die, and they have to die right now. You don't want them to have a long lingering illness, you want death. A quick, excruciating, see-you-in-hell kind of death. You don't want to lug a bag of chemicals and a garden hose around the yard. It takes too long. And baits can take up to a week. No, my friend, what you want is Anstop Orthene Fire Ant Killer from Ortho. You put 2 teaspoons of Anstop around the mound, and you're done. You don't even water it in. The scout ants bring it back into the mound, and this is the really good part. Everybody dies. Even the queen. It's that fast. And that's good, because killing fire ants shouldn't be a full-time job, even if it is pretty fun. Anstop Orthene Fire Ant Killer from Ortho. Kick fire ant butt. For best results, always follow label instructions.
Now, that spot wasn't quite as effective as the first because the emotion, hatred, wasn't presented as strongly. On the other hand, the commercial did an excellent job of demonstrating how easy it is to use the product. Remember, there are many kinds of emotion, and there are many ways to use those many kinds. A good advertiser, that is, a good communicator, is not afraid to use honest, open emotions, as in this commercial from Roger Wilco Productions.
Nice evening, Carol.
Lovely, thanks. Paul and I just watched a video.
Look at the state of you! Look, sort yourself out! You make me sick!
Was it a good film?
Oh, brilliant. It was one of those real weepies.
Look, stop crying! You're always crying! You stupid bitch!
Just a quiet night in, really. Don't pretend anymore. Call the Domestic Violence Advice Line on 01843 299 699, 01843 299 699. All calls will be confidential.
Again, note how they rely not on statistics, but on real, recognizable emotion to deliver their message. In Des Moines, Iowa, the local cable television company removed MTV from its basic cable offerings. This was very unusual because MTV always is featured as part of the basic cable package in the United States. MTV launched a radio campaign designed to get cable subscribers in Des Moines to call their cable TV company and demand that they reinstate MTV. So, what emotion did they use to motivate people to act on that message? Sex, drugs, and rock and roll? No.
The following places have MTV.
Argentina, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Belgium, Belarus, Bolivia, Brazil, Ecuador, El Salvador.
The following places don't have MTV.
Des Moines.
The following places have MTV.
Czech Republic, Chile, Liechtenstein, Denmark, Egypt, Hong Kong, Iceland, India, Ecuador, Netherlands, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua.
The following places don't have MTV.
Des Moines.
The following places have MTV.
Estonia, Panama, Mexico, Germany, Paraguay, Peru, Hungary, Portugal, Latvia, Spain, Uruguay, Venezuela, Bulgaria, Croatia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Poland, Indonesia, Romania, Ireland, Israel.
The following places don't have MTV.
Des Moines.
Get the picture? Well, actually you don't, and that's the whole point. To get MTV back, call TCI at 515-246-1890 and say,
I want my MTV!
Then call the hotline at 1-800-595-0099 to join the cause.
Did they use rock and roll and the excitement of the music and youth and vitality and sex to sell MTV? No. They used resentment. Hey, all those other countries have MTV. MTV was invented in America, and we don't have it right here in America's heartland. And yes, if you go to Des Moines, Iowa today and turn on the local cable TV, you'll find MTV is back on the air. Here's a commercial created by Kimberly O'Hagan.
Well, this is just one of the many weeks that I go and visit my family. I always make a point of going and catch up with Mum, tell her about my week, tell her what I've been doing, and share a joke with Dad. He's always loved my jokes, even though they're pretty corny. And I always go along and say hi to my sisters. They're always together. Today I bought these beautiful daisies for my younger sister. I know that she really appreciates it. So I always give them those. And my mates are always hassling me, why do you go and see your family so much? They only probably see theirs about once a month. I guess it's because I do feel responsible for them. And I do feel guilty. And I guess it's because I killed them. If I wasn't speeding, they'd still be alive. I miss my family. This graveyard is such a sad home.
The faster you go, the bigger the mess.
I'd say that qualifies as an emotionally based spot. Here's a campaign that used an interesting emotion to sell, well, you'll see.
The woman who's leaving me wants to know what I've got to say about it. So I say, well, I guess there's a road, and you want to walk it. And it's probably a long and hard road. So if I were you and I had a long, hard road ahead of me, I'd get a pair of IE shoes with Nike Tencel to wear on the road, because you're going to need the cushioning of Tencel Air soles to protect your feet from the constant pounding of the cold, cruel earth. She laughed at the speech. I don't think she thought it was funny, but it seemed a lot better than grabbing her ankles and saying, "Baby, please don't leave me, oh God, please," which is what I was thinking. I.e. casual shoes with Nike Tencel Air. From the ankles down, at least, life is solved.
Frankly, although that's a very entertaining commercial, I'm not sure how closely that emotion fits that product. But if the intent of the campaign is to introduce that special style of Nike shoe, and if they run that type of commercial enough, they will succeed in delivering the message that Nike Tencel Air sole shoes protect your feet from the constant pounding of the cold, cruel earth. I'd like to share with you two more examples to illustrate just how powerfully a message can be delivered when you use emotion appropriately. These two commercials have something in common. They each are trying to motivate individuals to act, to do something, to help others. Here's the first.
Schnoz, sniffer, ski jump.
There are a lot of funny names for noses, but there's nothing funny about not having a nose. Whether it's because they get their noses too close to the lion cage at the zoo, or they have an unfortunate encounter with the elevator, dozens of San Diegans lose their noses each month. This is Nigel Benjamin with the San Diego Nose Bank, and we desperately need donations. San Diego, it's time to give someone less fortunate a chance to smell the roses. Have the sense to share one of your senses.
Of all the things you could be asked to donate, asking for a blood donation isn't asking for much. Yet considering only 5% of San Diegans donate blood, you'd think we were asking for an arm or a leg. With 5 donor centers and 6 blood mobiles across San Diego County, donating blood is an easy way to save lives. Call the San Diego Blood Bank at 619-296-6393 for the donation center nearest you.
Now, be honest. Did that spot make you want to donate blood to the San Diego Blood Bank? Probably not. Contrast that kind of meaningless, mocking approach that is devoid of any real emotion with this production by Jim Garaci.
Fred, just tell us about Greg.
Greg was a pretty normal teenage boy. Loved music, was kind of a punk rocker himself, played bass and guitar, and loved working. He worked at a bunch of different jobs and did telemarketing and bag groceries and things like that. Just kind of a energetic teenage kid when he was diagnosed with cancer at age 14. They diagnosed that he had what's called chondrosarcoma, which is a relatively rare form of cancer, and it was a tumor on his shoulder, or on the cartilage of his shoulder, and it had actually grown so quickly that it broke his shoulder blade, and that started his a little over 3-year struggle with cancer.
Down on my knees again tonight, I'm hoping this prayer will turn out right. See, there is a boy that needs your help. Done all that I can do myself.
What were your thoughts when you found out?
When he was diagnosed, I mean, there is this sense of, oh, how could it be us this time? I say I learned a lot from Greg during the period of him fighting cancer, and one of the things I learned is he never said, why me?
Was there a point where you knew that you were going to lose him?
I think the last couple months of his life, we had to look his death in the face. And it's such a hard thing to do with a 17-year-old boy. The thought of thousands of kids going through this is almost too much to bear sometimes. And I know one of the things that has me working with Children's Cancer Research Fund is I've seen that the dollars they can raise applied to research can make big differences in survival rates for very specific types of cancer. And that means hundreds of kids that live through this, and thousands of family members that won't have to say goodbye to a kid the way we did.
Let him grow old, live life without this fear. What would I be living without him here? He's so tired and he's scared. Let him know that you're there.
How you doing with it now?
Well, it's been about a year and a half since Greg died. It doesn't go away.
You said there was a couple of months before Greg left that you knew what was going to happen.
With cancer, every time it recurs, your odds get worse and worse. And he was on about his 5th. On one level, I think that I like to think that he knew it was time to go, to let go. And I just think that strong-willed kid said, okay, it's time to take this to the next phase.
Can you hear me? Am I getting through tonight? Can you see him? Can you make him feel alright? See, he's not just anyone, he's my son.
He died during surgery, and we'd been with him right up to that. And saw him right after, and that's an image
that you'll never lose, that you'll never be able to forget. But I really try to focus on Greg, living, having fun, and things like that. And I think that's where we have to focus, celebrating his life and doing whatever we can to avoid one more kid having to go through this. I think that's where we have to focus, doing whatever we can to avoid one more kid having to go through this.
I deliberately saved that piece for the end of this section because there's a very good chance that you were affected by it emotionally. The first time I heard it was over my car radio as I was driving down the street, and I cried. So I'll understand if you decide to hit the pause button for a few moments before we move on to a detailed and, I hope, exceptionally interesting exploration of hypnotic techniques and how you can apply them to your advertising. Hypnotic techniques. What is hypnosis? Let's start with a definition of hypnosis. Hypnosis is a state of highly focused concentration to the exclusion of most or even virtually all other outside stimuli. I guarantee you have been hypnotized at one time or another. Have you ever had the experience of driving down the road, lost in thought, and suddenly found yourself wondering if you had stopped at the past few traffic lights? You were consciously focused on something, a thought, a visual image, a sound, a feeling, to the exclusion of all other external stimuli. You were hypnotized. Your conscious attention was so narrowly focused on what thoughts preoccupied you that you were oblivious to your outside surroundings. At least your conscious mind was oblivious to the outside world. Your subconscious mind continued to attend to the outside cues that prevent you from running red lights or mowing down pedestrians. If you've ever found yourself so immersed in a novel that suddenly you looked up and you were surprised to discover it had gotten dark and everyone else had left, you were hypnotized. You were in a state of highly focused concentration to the exclusion of all or almost all other external stimuli. Here are some of the tools that a hypnotherapist uses. Pacing and leading. Pacing and leading consists of mirroring the subject's experience so closely that your experience and his seem to be identical, so much so that if you modify your behavior slightly, the subject will likely modify his to match. For example, you're walking down the street with a friend and you exactly match his strides with yours. You fall into his rhythm. After a few minutes of matching his pace, if you speed up a little bit, the odds are that he will speed up a little bit too. The first time I was exposed to this was when I attended my first NLP seminar many years ago. The seminar leaders explained the concept of pacing and leading, and then we broke for lunch. And before the break, they told us, we want you to go to lunch and find a stranger to pace and then lead them. In other words, first do what they're doing physically, and then get them to follow your lead. And I simply did not believe this would work. It sounded like something that maybe is cute in a book, but it wouldn't work in real life. So I went to a fast food place for lunch. I was standing in line, waiting to order, and ahead of me was a heavyset businessman. And I decided to try this technique. It was an assignment I had been given. I knew it wouldn't work, but okay, I'll try it. So I stood off to his side and a little bit behind him in his periphery vision, which meant he could see me, but he wasn't consciously looking at me. He had his arms folded, so I folded my arms too. I just stood there for about a minute. And then I said to myself, well, here goes nothing. And slowly I unfolded my arms and let them drop to my side. And guess what he did? He unfolded his arms and let them drop to his side. I couldn't believe it. Pacing and leading means first matching their actions, doing what they do, and then extending or altering those actions. In a couple of minutes, I'll show you how to do this in your advertising. A hypnotherapist paces and leads mostly with words. The hypnotherapist might say, as you sit there in your chair, hearing my voice, listening to my word. Now, if you're the hypnotherapist, at this point, you're pacing everything the subject is doing. You can see he's sitting there. You can assume he's hearing your voice. And you continue, breathing easily, occasionally blinking your eyes. All of this actually is happening. And then the therapist moves from pacing to leading. Soon you might notice how relaxed, how very comfortable you are becoming. And the subject's subconscious mind thinks, well, he got the first part right. I was doing all those other things he said I was doing. Yeah, I guess I do notice I'm getting more relaxed. The hypnotherapist paces with immediately observable behavior. If the hypnotherapist notices the subject is blinking more rapidly, he says it. As you sit there, noticing that you're blinking more rapidly. But when the hypnotherapist says that, the person thinks the therapist caused it. And when the therapist notices the subject's breathing is slowing down and his body has sunk deeper into the chair, the therapist adds, and as you notice that your breathing is becoming much slower and your body is sinking deeper into your chair, and then the hypnotherapist paces with behaviors that from previous experience he reasonably can expect the current subject to be having. The therapist might say, as you sit there in your chair, hearing my voice, wondering what is going to happen next. How did he know? He must be reading my mind. Well, we can pretty much guess from past experience that this is what the subject is thinking. This is an example of mind reading, which we will get to shortly. And then the therapist moves from pacing to leading, to suggesting a change in the subject's experience. Soon you might notice how relaxed, how very comfortable you are becoming. In advertising, you pace and lead with common human experience. A comedian named Rich Hall had this thing called sniglets, which he defined as words that don't exist but should. I never thought this was a terribly funny feature, but I do remember one example. He said, you know when you get a magazine in the mail, and you open it up and all those little cards fall out of the magazine and into your lap? Those are called lap flaps. That was in the late 1980s, but to this day, every time I open a magazine and a card falls out, I think lap flaps. That's an example of pacing and leading. The pacing was describing an experience that was familiar to me. The leading was giving it a name. Here's a commercial that paces and leads.
Over here, the museum features a typewriter, a communication tool that became obsolete with the invention of the personal computer. Where's the monitor?
Where's the mouse?
In this exhibit, we see a telephone answering machine. Imagine that. It became obsolete when U.S. West introduced voice messaging.
You mean people have these contraptions in their homes?
Indeed. As you well know, voice messaging takes messages while you're on the phone or online. Answering machines never could.
I'll bet people back then missed a lot of important calls.
Indeed.
It looks complicated.
Oh, it was. See, with voice messaging, there's nothing to turn on or off. No tapes to jam or replace. Yes, with voice messaging, we've come a long way since 1998.
Yeah, and that was just last year. Order now and get free activation plus your first month of service free. Just call U.S. West at 1-800-982-3525. That's 1-800-982-3525. Voice messaging from U.S. West. Life's better here.
That's an example of advertising via metaphor, which we'll talk about shortly, but it's also an example of pacing and leading. We used to use the typewriter, but it was replaced with a word processor. We used to use an answering machine, but now it's been replaced with voicemail. When I teach my How to Create Radio Commercials That Sell seminar, I talk about the importance of showing instead of telling. In this case, unfortunately, they told instead of showed. They didn't need the museum guide to say, yes, and that was just last year. The audience could have figured that part out for themselves. But they did a very good job, I thought, of pacing and leading. Also, most people who try to create commercials with humorous stories make the big mistake of devoting the entire commercial to this funny little story without doing anything to sell. In that commercial, they devoted the first 15 seconds to the museum and the remaining 45 seconds to what they were selling. And that's a good ratio to follow. Introduce the premise, then move on to the selling part of the commercial. This commercial by Dick Terhune paces some of the milder fantasies of many men, and then leads the targeted consumer to the way to realize those fantasies. In this case, the targeted consumer is not men, it's wives who are looking for the perfect gift for their husbands.
Just because we mow the lawn, usually, without being asked, and don't grumble about carrying the garbage to the curb, it doesn't mean that we don't hear that primal voice. The one that screams, I am still 21, hanging with my fraternity brothers, shooting pool and chugging brewskis, and by God, one day I will have my own rec room exactly like this. Even if the only Greek pledge he ever made was no souvlaki for me, he still hears that voice. One day, it must be answered. Christmas is a good day. Hanukkah, 8 good days. Columbus Day, trust me, we're not at all picky about this one. Patio.com is where you find the pool table of our dreams. Buy it now. Patio.com will deliver it when you're ready. You can visit a Patio.com store in Westport, Stamford, Greenwich, New Canaan, or Ridgefield, Connecticut, also Mount Kisco, Scarsdale, and Manhattan, or from wherever you click your mouse, Patio.com. Sure, we're the planet's largest patio furniture store, but we're also here to make a dream come true.
Now, here's a commercial that attempts to pace and lead.
You know, when one of my kids gets sick, the last thing I want is a doctor I don't know who doesn't know my son. And I have to tell you, I feel the same way about my car.
When it comes to your Ford car or truck, take it to the people who know best. Take it home to your Ford dealer.
In that case, the pacing and leading don't fit together. She feels about her children the way she feels about her car. If you're a parent, you probably were with her at the beginning of that commercial. But then she tried to lead you from child to car. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. And now here's a commercial that actually does the opposite of pacing and leading.
You know, dear, this is probably the last time we'll hear our baby Chasbo make that awful crying sound.
Oh, I do hope you're right.
Of course I'm right. When baby Chasbo turns 16, he'll have access to the trust fund. Then he'll inherit the family businesses, the oil field, the vineyard in Frisco. Why, he'll never have to work an honest day in his life.
Yeah, right. We all have to work for a living. You should be working for a company that offers you a great salary with excellent benefits. You should be working for Mass Crane and Hoist. Right now, they're offering top pay for crane technicians, plus health, 401k, disability, educational assistance, and much more. Call Mass Crane and Hoist today. 1-800-909-2299. Mass Crane and Hoist has many other positions to fill. They provide the training, so all you need is a driver's license and some experience with motors and controls. Hey, we've all got to work for a living. It's time you worked for top pay and excellent benefits. It's time you called Mass Crane and Hoist. 1-800-909-2299. 1-800-909-2299.
Instead of pacing the targeted consumer's common experience and then leading them to the desired sales result, they begin by pacing an experience that absolutely is outside the experience of their target audience. So they begin the spot by losing the very people whose attention they're trying to attract. Here is a very sophisticated example of pacing and leading, and also using emotion.
In second grade, Sarah taught Katie how to double jump rope. In 8th grade, Katie held Sarah's hand when she got her ears pierced down at the local mall.
Ow! You're not gonna faint, are you?
At Sarah's 16th birthday party, Katie won the limbo contest.
Go, Katie! Go, Katie!
And senior year, they got accepted to the same college, the one they'd both been hoping for. Today, they finished midterms and decided to hit the town to celebrate. And later tonight, one of them is going to die. And the other one, the one behind the wheel, will have to live with it for the rest of her life. Drinking drivers kill friends, and that's a price no one wants to pay. So be a real pal and drive sober. It's the way to go. A message from the Oregon Department of Transportation.
That spot paces you through the lives of Sarah and Katie, and then leads you to a very logical and very tragic conclusion, along with a solution of how you could avoid such a tragedy. Here's another example of pacing and leading.
Honey,
Uh-huh.
do I look fat in this dress?
No, you look fine.
Oh, just fine. So you think I should lose 5 pounds?
If you want to.
Great, because I'm fat.
Look, you're not going to get me to say that you're fat.
Well, you don't have to. You think I am.
I'm not saying anything.
Maybe I should wear the black dress.
Just do what you want.
These are your friends. I mean, don't you care what I wear?
Honey, you look fine.
Fine?
Look, all your stuff is nice. Wear what you want.
Should I wear the blue dress?
Yeah, I like that one.
I don't have a blue dress.
If the preceding signs were extremely familiar to you, you're married. Lowe's Coronado Bay Resort on Coronado Island, 1-800-81-LOEWS. You need it. You both need it.
That campaign, created by Claudia Kaplan, paces the experiences of many married couples and then leads them to a solution. Here's one more spot from that campaign.
What's up, hon?
Nothing.
Nothing what? What?
Why can't we just do something romantic for a change?
Well, that's fine. We'll call, make reservations somewhere. We'll go out. It'll be romantic. What?
No, if I call, it isn't romantic.
Well, does the dog gonna... Well, I'll call. What do you want to do?
No, forget it.
All right, I'll call. What's the big deal? What's the problem?
There's no problem, no big deal, okay?
But you're upset about something, and I don't even know...
No, I'm not. I'm fine.
You're fine. Mm-hmm. No, yeah, we're fine again.
If the preceding signs were extremely familiar to you, you're married. Lowe's Coronado Bay Resort on Coronado Island, 1-800-81-LOEWS. You need it. You both need it.
That's pacing and leading. They start with a conversation that is familiar to many married couples. But think about all the commercials you hear that present conversations that are nothing like any you've ever had. Those conversations don't pace your own experience. And if the commercial doesn't pace your experience, it cannot lead you to the conclusion it is trying to move you toward. Mind reading is a pacing device. You cannot really read someone's mind, not even if that person is hypnotized. But in hypnosis, mind reading consists of acting as though you know what the subject is thinking, even though you have no objective way of obtaining that information. So the hypnotherapist might say, as you sit there in your chair, hearing my voice, wondering what is going to happen next. In that case, the hypnotherapist begins by pacing with an experience the subject is having that is objectively verifiable. The therapist can see that the subject is sitting there, and under normal circumstances, the therapist can safely assume that the subject hears the hypnotherapist's voice. But how can the hypnotherapist know that the subject is wondering what's going to happen next? Well, the therapist doesn't really know. But if the subject has never been hypnotized before, it's pretty safe to assume that's exactly what she is doing, wondering what is going to happen next. And when the subject experiences the hypnotherapist as somehow being able to read her thoughts, she is much more likely to respond to other suggestions that therapist might make. Here's how you mind read in a commercial. A few examples. You've always wondered what it would be like to jump out of an airplane. Have you ever wondered that? If so, then I just read your mind. You know you should be eating a more healthy, balanced diet, but how do I know you know? Because it's a very common human experience. You've heard about the new techniques for laser eye surgery. You'd love to have perfect vision without eyeglasses or contact lenses, but you're not sure how safe the procedure is. Does that apply to you? Well, it certainly does to me. This is mind reading, and it's a very powerful advertising technique. If you can predict the common human experience that relates to and maybe the objections your target audience has to what you're selling, say it. You don't have to say, "A lot of people have told me." Just say it. "We know that you'd like to do this if only." That is the mind-reading experience. Here's the beginning of a commercial that utilizes both mind-reading and pacing and leading.
Have you ever wanted a white goose-down comforter? You know you'd love the look and feel of Nature's Best Insulator, but a couple of things always get in the way: knowing how to buy a comforter and the price.
That's an example of pacing and leading and mind-reading. It begins by asking if you've ever wanted a white goose-down comforter, and then it paces your reasons for not having purchased one yet. You know you'd love the look and feel of Nature's Best Insulator, but a couple of things always get in the way: knowing how to buy a comforter and the price. How do they know that you'd love the look and feel of Nature's Best Insulator? How do they know that a couple of things always get in the way? How do they know that the two things that always get in the way are knowing how to buy a comforter and the price? Well, if you have ever wanted a white goose-down comforter, then those probably are the thoughts that have gone through your mind. That commercial read your mind, paced your experiences, and then led you to the solution to your problem. Presupposition is making a statement that implicitly presumes the other person is about to have a particular experience. The hypnotherapist might say, "As you notice that your arm is feeling heavier and heavier," well, the hypnotherapist is presuming that your arm is feeling heavier and that you will notice that. As you think back to the very first time you encountered this problem, you might be surprised by what you remember. Again, that contains two presuppositions. One is that the person will think back, and the other is that the person will remember something. I might say to you, "So when you try to explain some of the key elements of this seminar to your boss, I'm presupposing that you will try to explain some of this to your boss." Or I might say, "When you find yourself back in the daily grind, wondering if there really is any way to use any of these hypnotic advertising techniques, don't try to use all of them at once." That's actually a pretty good example of both a presupposition and of pacing and leading. I am presupposing that you're going to go home and try to figure out how to use these. And then I lead you to the next statement. Don't try to use all of these at once. Pick just one and try it out. In a commercial or advertisement, you might say, "When you finally decide to upgrade your computer," you're not asking if the person might ever upgrade her computer. You're assuming that one day she will decide to do just that. As you drive home from work today, wondering why once again you didn't accomplish as much as you had hoped, how many presuppositions did I just make, by the way? 4. Here's one. As you drive home from work. Next. Wondering. Next. You didn't accomplish as much. Next. As you had hoped. 4 presuppositions in that one partial sentence. Presupposition is powerful in an advertising message because you establish rapport right away if what you are presupposing is accurate. Here's a commercial that begins with a presupposition.
Okay, so you've been living in the same place for a while. The walls are starting to close in. Do you need a shrink? Possibly. But the problem may not be in your head. It's your stuff. You know, the treadmill, the old computer you got last Christmas, the closet stuffed with Beanie Babies, the clarinet you played in high school, and so well, the golf clubs you haven't used in 3 years. Okay, 4. All that stuff, it's just too good to give away, but nothing you really need anymore. So what are you going to do? You call a remodeler and build onto your house? That's kind of goofy because you know you're just going to fill it up with more stuff. It's your way. Be strong. Call the Oregonian Classifieds. One little ad, poof, there goes the piano. You didn't even know you had a piano, did you? Run an ad for 3 days, you reach 1 million potential buyers who live all around you. Your ad goes online, too, so if some guy in Chicago wants to buy your treadmill, tell him, hey, come and get it.
The Oregonian Classifieds. Call 221-8000.
Get rid of your stuff and get back your personal space. Then fill it up again.
221-8000. The Oregonian Classifieds.
The presupposition is you've been living in the same place for a while, and it's getting filled up with stuff. So it's actually 2 presuppositions. Now, you have no way of knowing the consumer is having that experience, but you are building the entire sales message on the supposition that the targeted consumer is having that experience. Conversational postulates. Here is an example of my using a conversational postulate in a live seminar. Conversational postulates. Before we do this, I wonder, let's see, it's 9:16 in California. I wonder if anyone here can tell me what time it is in New York right now.
12:16.
Okay, now who's the first person to say it? Okay, over there? Okay, why did he tell me it's 12:16?
He's probably from the East Coast.
But why did he say it? No idea. How many of you thought I asked what time it is in New York? I absolutely did not ask.
You said how many of you could tell me.
I said, I wonder if anyone could tell me. Okay? I didn't ask for anything. That's a conversational postulate. On the surface, a conversational postulate is a question. In reality, it's a command. The hypnotherapist says, can you place your hand on your thighs? What he's really saying is, go ahead, place your hands on your thighs. Or it might be, go ahead, try to place your hands on your thighs, depending upon the effect the therapist is trying to achieve. I might say to you, I wonder if you can recall the first radio station you ever visited. In reality, I'm commanding you to recall the first station you ever visited. A commercial or an advertisement might ask, have you ever wondered what would happen to your family if you died tomorrow? Would they have to worry about money? You see, if an insurance commercial you say, look, you're going to die one day, and your kids are going to be without a parent, and your spouse is going to go broke, you're going to offend some people. But if you simply ask a hypothetical question, have you ever wondered what would happen? That is a conversational postulate. Age regression is bringing closer to the surface some of the Hebbian connections that were formed in childhood, bringing those Hebbian connections closer to the surface of the consumer's consciousness. Here are some age regression concepts from my childhood. The good humor man. If you're not from North America, that's the ice cream truck that came around every day in the summer ringing a bell to attract all the neighborhood children. The batting cage. Of course, that only applies if you were raised playing baseball. Cotton candy. In the history of the world, has there ever been an adult who awakened one day and thought, you know, I'd really like to eat some cotton candy today? Probably not, because it's pretty disgusting stuff. But when you're at the carnival or at the school fair, you buy that stuff and you eat it. And you know it's terrible for you, but it's just like when you were a kid. Play-Doh. Put some Play-Doh in the hands of a 50-year-old, and that adult becomes a kid once again. It's what I call my ping-pong ball theory. My ping pong ball theory states that if an adult finds himself or herself in an otherwise empty room with a large table in the middle of the room and a ping pong ball sitting on the table, the adult will find it very hard to resist the urge to pick up the ping pong ball. It reminds us of our childhood, back when we found it hard to resist picking up fun-looking objects. It's non-threatening. We know we can handle it. We know how it works. That is age regression. So if you're advertising a back-to-school sale for the children of your target audience, regress your target audience, that is, the adults, to their childhoods. If your target audience is old enough, maybe you'll begin by saying, "I'll never forget that smell for as long as I live. Fresh mimeograph paper." Well, they don't use that stuff anymore. We're not selling mimeograph paper. But if the parents are old enough, they remember it. Or, this was always a big deal for me. At the start of each school year, each student would get a brand new pencil box. The more you can bring people back emotionally to where they were in the context of what you are promoting or selling, the easier it is to communicate to them, in this case to sell to them, if the age regression is appropriate. Here's an advertiser who tries to use age regression.
It's winter's magic trick. The first snowflakes fall like confetti from heaven. And kids know that soon there will be snowmen and snowball fights. So you buckle their boots and send them on their way. And as they make their first footprints in the new fallen snow, you recall when you were a child and this perfect white world was your playground. Carnation Hot Cocoa celebrates this first snowfall and reminds you of all the little things that bring us so much wonder. We offer your family something warm, creamy, and chocolatey as they return home from their adventures. Carnation Hot Cocoa. You bundle them up on the outside, we'll warm them up on the inside.
Now, be honest. Does that commercial remind you of your childhood? It attempted to utilize age regression, but it sure doesn't remind me of my childhood winters. It reminds me of TV commercials for Hallmark cards. It's a TV image of an idealized childhood, but I don't recognize it from my life. In my experience, and this might not be yours, but in my experience, winter in childhood means you stay outside until it's dark and your mother screams that you have to come inside the house right now, and then you run in, and then you get yelled at for your muddy boots. Sure, hot cocoa is a great memory, and it certainly can be used for age regression, but only if it reflects the common human experience of your target audience. That spot was nicely produced, featured a terrific performance, but it evoked only a false memory, not one that reflects the experiences of most people. Here's a very clever example of age regression.
Welcome back to 5 Billion Reasons to Shop at Portland Saturday Market. Today, reasons 56 through 64 are brought to you by your third-grade teacher who was really super mean to you, Mrs. Heine.
Now listen here, Mr. Lazy Pants. I've had just about enough of your antics. You're going to scoot your bottom down to the Portland Saturday Market this instant, or I'm calling your mother. You could learn a thing or two from those people, Mr. Slouchabout. They're out there every single weekend selling those nifty arts and crafts that they make with their own two hands. And mind you, Mr. Lollygagger, they make things people can actually use, like jewelry and clothes and some snappy wood carvings. Nobody's going to want a paperweight made out of your cat's hairballs, Mr. Shenanigans. Nobody. So you can just wipe that smirk off your face this instant.
Those were just a few reasons why you should shop at Portland Saturday Market. Open every Saturday and Sunday under the Burnside Bridge.
You don't really have 5 billion reasons, do you?
Yes, I do.
Don't you sass me, Mr. Gabby McBlab.
In that spot, age regression is used to deliver the sales information while remaining true to the character. And if you ever had a domineering school teacher, then you were age regressed as she lectured you. Here's another commercial that utilizes age regression.
Have you ever noticed how certain albums are tied to memories of particular people and times?
I can put on a record and it's, oh yeah, man, I used to listen to this when I was still with Sheila. Oh boy, was she a wrong turn. Or I can pop in a certain CD and be instantly transported back to my activist days. Yeah, I can almost still smell the tear gas hanging in the air. Which gets me thinking, maybe it's time to recycle these tired old memories and move on to some better ones. And the place to do that is at Everyday Music. Just take all your old records, tapes, and CDs to Everyday Music, and they'll give you cash for them. Cash. And then you can take that cash and buy some new music. Everyday has over 35,000 new and used CDs plus a ton of cassettes and records. Just take that easy cash and go pick out the albums that trigger off the best flashbacks. Because even though, you don't want to live in the past, it can be a nice place to visit. Everyday Music, downtown on West Burnside, on Northeast Sandy Boulevard, in Beaverton across from Beaverton Mall, and the Jazz Store next to their downtown location. That's Everyday Music, open every day, 9 a.m. till midnight.
In that spot, you were age regressed to your feelings and lifestyle when you originally purchased all the music you've got stored away in your closet or attic. Even if you're not in the same age range as that person, you would have been regressed to whatever is appropriate for you and what memories accrue to the music that you have in your closet. They take you back to that time of your life emotionally, and then they lead you to the present, where you no longer have much use for some of those records. A small technical note, by the way. In my opinion, they should not have had that guy break character to deliver the sales details at the end. If all those details were necessary, they should have been handed off to an announcer. Here is the first of 2 commercials that use age regression for this advertiser.
Ah, the American University, an institution brimming with wisdom, learning, and cheap, tasteless keg beer. A place where young men and women learn about the arts, literature, and the physics of crushing aluminum beer cans on their foreheads. I'm Jim Cook, brewer of Sam Adams. Graduation is a time to make choices. Choose to move up from mass-produced quantity beers to the quality of a Sam Adams. Sam Adams is for people who appreciate the taste of a well-crafted beer. It's a beer for people who want more. More hops, more malt, more flavor. So no matter where you are in life, now's the time to graduate up to drinking less and drinking better. Quality, not quantity. Of course, this means throwing out that hat with the beer holders on each side, but that's the way it goes. Slow, crafted Sam Adams. All in due time.
That commercial used age regression, taking beer drinkers back to their college days when quantity mattered more than quality, and then leading them to their current adulthood and what should be their more discerning tastes. Here's one more commercial from the same campaign.
This is the time of year when we acknowledge the value of higher education, when we celebrate wisdom, when we graduate to a better life, and with it, better beer. I'm Jim Cook, brewer of Sam Adams. As we grow wiser, we realize that there's a lot more to beer than beer bongs and bouncing quarters. We graduate from quantity to quality. From college keg parties with cheap, watery suds to the rich, full-bodied taste and deep amber color of my Sam Adams. We learn to drink beer we actually want to taste. We leave behind the lowest common denominator beers and graduate to the patient, handcrafted brewing of Sam Adams. You've worked long and hard for your higher education, so now that you're ready for better beer, there's a slow, crafted Sam Adams waiting for you. Slow, crafted Sam Adams, all in due time.
That's age regression and pacing and leading. And once they lead you where they want you to go, they don't go back. So many commercials spend 45 seconds showing you how terrible it is with brand X, and then 15 seconds saying how great we are. Excuse me, who's paying for the commercial, brand X or you? You should get the majority of the time in your advertisement. People learn via metaphors. A metaphor is simply something that stands for something else. Think back to the last time you stayed at a hotel. Instead of an old-fashioned metal room key, they probably gave you a magnetized plastic card to slide into a slot in the door of your room. And even if you never had stayed at that particular hotel before, you probably managed to use that card key to open that door. But how did you do that? How did you know? You had never used that key. You had never tried to open that door. But you've used other card keys on other hotel room doors. Maybe the keys weren't identical to the one that you used this time, and maybe the slot in the door wasn't exactly the same, but your previous experiences with card keys and hotel room doors served as a metaphor for this experience. Those familiar past experiences serve as metaphors for unfamiliar new experiences. That is learning by metaphor. One experience represents another. Can you think of an old saying that expresses the sentiment, apples are good for you? Well, if you're an American, you probably thought, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. That is a metaphor. Can you think of another old saying that expresses the sentiment that fixing small problems can prevent big ones? You probably had to think a little longer before coming up with a stitch in time saves 9. You see, an apple a day keeps the doctor away is easier to retrieve from your memory because it's visual and kinesthetic and auditory instead of intellectual. In other words, you can picture the apple and the doctor and the color of the apple. Plus, you recall the feeling of biting into it and the sound of chewing it, the feeling of the apple skin stuck between your teeth. When I hear an apple a day keeps the doctor away, I actually picture a doctor being turned away at the door because we don't need him. A stitch in time saves 9 is harder to recall because it's intellectual. I don't know how to visualize a stitch in time. Or you might possibly, instead of a stitch in time saves 9, perhaps you thought of an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And that took you longer to recall than an apple a day. Why? Because it's rather difficult to visualize an ounce of prevention and a pound of cure. Also, by the way, apples are a form of age regression for everyone whose parents lectured them on the importance of eating fresh fruit. So when you use a metaphor, you want something that's easy to visualize, a picture that represents it. Here's a commercial that uses a metaphor to demonstrate the core message of the advertiser.
Hello, Charles. You're with the Rose Bowl?
That's correct.
How big is the Rose Bowl?
It's about 10 million cubic feet.
Sounds feasible. See, we're Amazon.com, Earth's biggest bookstore. We offer 2.5 million titles on the internet, and we've been looking for a place that could hold that many books.
Oh, you want to buy the Rose Bowl?
Well, is it in pretty good shape?
No, it's really nice.
And you see, a big chain superstore might take up one section, but with so many more titles, we'd fill the whole stadium. We could rename it the Book Bowl.
The Book Bowl. That would be great.
Yeah, imagine New Year's Day, there's a whole stadium of people reading books. It might really change the image of Californians.
It may, and then again, they may say, yeah, they've really lost their mind.
Yeah, but people will love it. At Amazon.com, they can save up to 40%. So do we have a deal? Why not? You only use that place one day a year.
Well, normally, we would only have the New Year's Day game, but in the last couple of years, we have signed Major League Soccer games here.
Oh, come on, Charles. Books are a lot more fun than soccer.
Right.
Well, some books.
The search goes on, but just think, with 2.5 million titles at up to 40% off, your book is just a click away. Amazon.com, a better way to buy books.
The metaphor they used is, if you took all the books Amazon.com sells, it would fill the Rose Bowl. That is very visual. But they point out that a superstore could fill only a corner of the Rose Bowl, and we can picture that too. Now, what are they selling? Books. Is reading primarily a visual, auditory, or kinesthetic experience? It's visual. Note that they are using a visually oriented commercial to sell to book readers. You can have an auditory metaphor or a kinesthetic metaphor, too. You can talk about nails on the blackboard. But if you're selling books, unless you're blind, it's a visual experience. Once I heard a commercial for Samuel Adams beer, and they used a metaphor to tell people that drinking light beer doesn't really save you many calories. And I don't remember their exact wording. I will add my own wording to end the message. But I do remember the metaphor they gave. What they said was something like this. Light beer saves you just about the amount of calories you'd get from eating 3 tortilla chips. Do you really want to sell your soul for 3 tortilla chips? Now, that last line, do you really want to sell your soul for 3 tortilla chips? That's mine, but the metaphor they used, the 3 tortilla chips equals the amount of calories you save by drinking a light beer, that's from them. Those 3 tortilla chips are a powerful metaphor for the calories you save by sacrificing all that flavor. Here's another spot that uses metaphors effectively.
What would you do if a stranger talked to you?
I wouldn't talk to them because it might be bad.
And what would you tell someone playing with matches?
I'll tell them to stop because they may start a fire.
How come you know so much?
My mommy told me.
Oh, and what did your mommy tell you about drugs?
Your children are listening. Are you talking? A message from Partnership for a Drug-Free America.
They use the things the parents have discussed with the little girl as a metaphor for another topic that they feel parents should discuss with her. They also used a very powerful technique called deletion, which we will discuss shortly. Here's another commercial that first demonstrates the benefit to the consumer and then sums it all up with a metaphor.
I'm looking for Captain Scabrous, Wicked Lord of the Zogs.
Come again?
I'm after Captain Scabrous, Wicked Lord of the Zogs.
Sorry?
Do you have Captain Scabrous here?
We'll be in next week.
Finding the toys your children want doesn't have to mean searching every toy shop in town. Just come to Toys R Us. It's a store the size of a sports field, crammed with thousands upon thousands of toys, all under one roof.
Captain Scabrous, Wicked...
Third aisle on the left.
Toys R Us. More toys than anyone in the whole wide world. At Woking, Wood Green and Basildon.
The metaphor they use to illustrate how large Toys R Us is, a store the size of a sports field. It's a metaphor you can picture, you can visualize. Automobile advertising has used sex as a selling tool for decades. Here's a commercial that uses it as a metaphor.
This is Night Talk. Melissa, what's going on?
Hi, I need help.
Mm-hmm.
I've been driving this cute SUV for about a month now, but...
But you're having doubts.
I'm still attracted to it, but it's just not as powerful as I thought it would be. I'll feel bad if I break it off now.
Now, you've got to trust your instincts. There are a lot of underpowered posers out there trying to fool women into thinking they're something they're not.
It was so adorable that I never even looked under the hood.
Vehicular inadequacy. I see it everywhere. And don't be thinking that little 4-cylinder engine will get any bigger if you just give it more time.
I'm just afraid there won't be anything better out there.
Well, that's nonsense. Look, Melissa, I know the perfect match for you. A strong, rugged Suzuki V6 Grand Vitara. It's the only 4-door V6 in its class, so it has power a woman can count on. Plus, it's got a long list of standard equipment to satisfy your every desire. But you've got to have faith and take that first step.
Okay.
Don't wind up in a dead-end relationship with an underpowered SUV. Find your soulmate in a V6 Grand Vitara at a Northwest Suzuki dealership today. Suzuki, be yourself.
Although they never explicitly said so, they used a sexual relationship as a metaphor for an automobile, which is ironic because that's the traditional way to try to sell cars to men. Here's another commercial that uses a metaphor to present its case.
Richmond Savings presents yet another tale from the world of low expectations.
Technical support, may I help you?
Yes, hi. Got through. My new computer keeps crashing.
It is a computer, sir.
Well, I guess you got a point there.
Thank you for calling.
No, wait, miss, ma'am. See, I think it crashes too often.
All right, let's give the wheel a spin.
What are you doing?
Solving your problem, sir.
Oh, well, good.
The wheel says check power outlet.
Well, funny thing, I've done that, and there's nothing wrong with the power.
Well, let's try again.
Well, don't you actually know anything about computers?
Sir, you could fill a warehouse with things I don't know.
Oh.
It says turn computer off.
Oh, how would that help?
The wheel doesn't say, sir.
At Richmond Savings, we believe low expectations shouldn't be a way of life. In fact, our members own us, which means they have a say in the way we operate. So come to Richmond Savings and let us raise your expectations. Richmond Savings is Canada's third largest credit union with locations throughout the Lower Mainland.
In that case, the metaphor for bad banking service is bad computer technical support. And then they move on to why their banking service is better than their competitors. It wasn't as strong as it could have been because they could have done more to show us why it's better, but they did give us one piece of evidence, which is we're owned by our members, so we have to answer to them. So they started with the metaphor of bad computer technical support and then moved on to how they provide better service in their business than you might expect from their competitors. Here's a commercial that offers a series of metaphors that illustrate the same selling point.
This is your modem. This is what Flashcom does to your modem. Your modem? Flashcom. Flashcom DSL Internet service supercharges your modem and gives you broadband online access at up to 100 times the speed of dial-up service. And right now, for a limited time, you can get high-speed DSL Internet access for 30 days free with a free modem and free installation. So you can stop waiting for everything you like to do on the Internet. And with Flashcom DSL, you're always online. No more busy signals. So call today and let Flashcom turn your modem into a monster.
Whoever created this next commercial really knows how to make a point via a metaphor.
Hi, my name is Jack Shanahan, retired Vice Admiral, U.S. Navy. I believe we can improve education in America without compromising our national security. To illustrate my point, I have some BBs here. Imagine each BB is a nuclear bomb. One could destroy Hiroshima 15 times over. 5 wipes out all of Russia. Now, after using those 6 bombs, this is how many the U.S. has left. By reducing our nuclear weapons, we could save billions of dollars. That money could be educating our kids. Let's get the politicians to talk about the real issues. Call 1-877-IOWA-MOM.
It's a metaphor that makes its impact initially auditorily, but also leads to a visual image and maybe, depending on who's listening, a kinesthetic response. Remember, the metaphors you use must make sense. The consumer must easily be able to spot the relationship between the metaphor and the product or service. Here's a good example of a metaphorical relationship that is both original and still quite logical.
Mr. Lube's Hot Story.
I'm here with a car freed from a day-long hostage ordeal. Are you the car's owner?
I just went to a car dealership to have the oil changed, and they asked for my keys.
Calm down!
They just wanted me to leave my car with them all day.
And did you give in to their demands?
I headed to Mr. Lube.
For a fast, warranty-approved hot oil change?
Yeah?
This has been a hot story from Mr. Lube, doing it right before your eyes.
Mr. Lube.
There's a Mr. Lube near you, like the one at Kingsway and Sperling in Burnaby.
The metaphor is your car being held hostage for a day. That was their way of saying, you don't have to wait all day for a lube job here. Analogical marking is selecting keywords for heightened emphasis. A hypnotherapist might welcome a new client by saying, I hope you find that chair to be comfortable. Yesterday, at just about this exact same time, in fact, a client made me feel so good when he told me how easy it is to just sit back and relax. And of course, when you settle into an overstuffed chair like this one, you want to relax. So I felt good to know that. Here's the message that was just given, just below the client's conscious threshold. Be comfortable. Feel so good. Easy to sit back and relax. You want to relax. Now, this isn't game playing, where you subtly change your voice inflection and the other person suddenly becomes your hypnotic slave. But you can mark off words and phrases, and especially in a commercial where everything is planned out and you can do as many takes as you need. You could say, your only choice for a hot day is Budweiser. Or you could say, your only choice for a hot day is Budweiser. That's analogical marking. Instead of taking a piece of copy and racing through it, mark off the message you want to deliver, the key words, the key phrases. A local car dealer commercial featuring testimonials from satisfied customers might end with, so if you want a great deal on a great car, listen to your friends and see the BMW experts at Fresno BMW. And what the listener hears subconsciously is your friends at Fresno BMW. Deletion. This is one of the most powerful weapons in your arsenal when used properly. Deletion is not verbalizing the actual message you want the person to receive. I know that sounds confusing. Deletion is when you do not verbalize the message you want the other person to receive. When inducing an hypnotic trance, the hypnotherapist might say to the client, "You might notice that your right arm is feeling very heavy, so heavy as though a great weight is pushing it down so hard that probably if you tried, you would find it very difficult to lift off the table at all, and it might even be impossible." But here's a more elegant way to give that message using deletion. As you sit there, almost every part of you feels completely normal. Your left arm feels fine. You can wiggle the fingers on your left hand. You can wiggle the toes on your left foot. You can bend your left knee. You can pat your left thigh. You can wiggle the toes on your right foot. You can bend your right knee. You can feel the air rustling your right ear. And what happens now? Believe it or not, the person cannot lift his right arm, because the mind goes crazy trying to fill in what's been left out. Deletion utilizes the principle of closure. Closure is the natural tendency of the human mind to impose order upon chaos. You've heard the phrase, nature abhors a vacuum? Well, the human mind abhors an information vacuum. And when the communicator leaves something out, the mind goes crazy trying to fill it in. Deletion is incredibly powerful when used effectively. Let's listen to a few examples.
At 79th Street and Central Park West stands the American Museum of Natural History. Inside you'll find one of the most startling sights in all of New York, the Hall of Dinosaurs, a fascinating collection of what for thousands of years were the most powerful creatures on Earth. However, due to continual changes in the environment and an inability to adapt, these creatures quickly vanished. If you are a New York executive who does not feel it is absolutely necessary to read Crane's New York Business on a regular basis, we encourage you to visit this educational exhibit without delay.
That's deletion. They didn't tell you why you should visit this educational exhibit without delay. And for a moment, your mind spins around trying to fill in the blank until it thinks, "Oh, I see, because otherwise I'll become extinct like the dinosaur." That's deletion. They allowed you to fill in the blanks. And I wouldn't be surprised if someone representing the client had urged them to spell out the message, to say, "So remember, if you don't want to become extinct like the dinosaur, you'd better read Crane's." But that would not have been as powerful as the targeted consumers hearing that message in their own minds. If you can make people make that leap themselves, they will remember it and they will enjoy it more. And you can hear a commercial like that 100 times, and every time you hear it, you'll still make the connection. In addition to utilizing deletion, that commercial used metaphor, the metaphor of the dinosaur representing what you might become if you don't read Crane's. Here's another commercial from that same campaign, also using deletion.
Just off the boardwalk in Coney Island, you'll find the New York Aquarium. There, in a tank in the main lobby, swims one of the smallest yet most vicious predators the world has ever known, the red piranha. With its razor-sharp teeth, this bloodthirsty creature can attack, decimate, and devour its unknowing prey in seconds. If you are an executive in the New York area and feel you can stay safely ahead of your competitors without the information in Crane's New York Business, we strongly suggest you come down to the aquarium at feeding time for a demonstration.
Again, notice how they did not connect the dots for you. They allowed you to fill in the blank. Here's a commercial produced by Philip Mayes of Belgium, who is a graduate of our International Radio Creative and Production Summit.
Have you ever heard a better argument for using a child safety seat? Strap them in. You never know.
You never know what? Oh. You fill it in. It's a lot more powerful when you fill in the worst scenario your mind can devise. When you might lose control of the wheel. When a drunk driver might swerve into your lane. Here's another commercial produced by an international radio creative and production graduate, Timothy Miles. I don't think I've ever heard a commercial quite like this, and if you're not part of their target demo, you might even be offended by it.
The following conversation has been edited for radio.
Hey, dude, let's go down to that Puff and Stuff place and get some new pipes to smoke our
tobacco.
In.
Where?
Come on, man. You know, Tope's Puff and Stuff on the Strip in Carbondale.
You mean they sell
tobacco?
That Puff and Stuff?
No, dude, but we can get new
accessories
to smoke our
tobacco.
In.
Cool, I've never been there.
Oh, dude, it's the coolest place. Candles, posters, black lights, water pipes, even body jewelry. You know, the kind that girls pierce their
ears
with.
I love the girls who pierce their
ears.
You know, one time I saw this girl with big
lobes.
And they were pierced all over. It was
really
and cool, man.
Tope's Puff and Stuff on the Strip in Carbondale. Ask for it by name.
This commercial is not yet rated.
Now, that might not be your typical advertiser, but it's a good example of deletion. They went out of their way not to verbalize the message they wanted you to hear. Here's another much more subtle example of the use of deletion.
In the high-tech world, things are always changing, so it helps to know where to go to get the latest breaking news.
Hello.
Hey, Mom.
Hi.
I actually have a question.
Yes.
Do you know if any high-tech companies are having IPOs today?
No, I don't. I'm so sorry.
Are there any new email viruses that I should worry about?
How about female viruses?
No, email viruses.
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm really not informed. Is this a serious conversation?
I just thought you could tell me how to prepare for the Y2K bug, maybe.
Well, I'm flattered that you think I know about these things.
Or maybe you could tell me if there are any exciting new high-tech products on the market.
I don't know these kinds of things, David.
Huh.
Do you really need to know this about something?
Well, no, it's nice to keep informed with the latest high-tech news.
David, do you have something to tell me?
There's a better place to go for technology information. CNET, with high-tech news, product reviews, comparison shopping, and more. CNET, the source for computers and technology at cnet.com.
Throughout the commercial, you're wondering, where can you get that kind of information? They withheld that information from you until the end. Another subtle use of deletion. Another powerful advertising technique is involvement. Did you ever receive a sweepstakes offer in the mail where you're supposed to punch out the red square, check the box that says yes, and then mail it back in the yellow envelope? Why? Why do they make you do all that just to enter a sweepstakes? Because the more they involve you, the more likely you are to play the game. Have you ever baked brownies from a mix? If so, what do you have to do to make brownies from a mix? Grease the pan, mix the powder with water, and a fresh egg. Now, eggs are perhaps the single easiest food to dehydrate and then to rehydrate, that is, to suck all the water out of and then add it all back later. Soldiers have been fed dehydrated eggs since the 19th century. Why, in the 21st century, do they make us add an egg? Well, in the 1950s, Betty Crocker and Duncan Hines and Pillsbury all came out with brownie mixes to which all you had to do was add water. And nobody bought them, because people didn't feel like they were baking that way. So the company said, okay, fine, add an egg. And the customers were happy, because now they were baking brownies. They actually had to crack open an egg and mix it in with the batter. That is the power of involvement. The more you involve the audience in your commercial message, the more likely you are to have their attention and to enlist their action. Here's a commercial that demonstrates the power of involvement as a selling tool.
Put that down. You don't know where it's been. Never wear good underwear to the doctor or your bill will be higher. Wait till your father gets home. Always tell the truth even if you have to lie to do it. The most important thing to get is a good bra. Turn out the lights. We don't own stock in the electric company. What will the neighbors think? You'll never get a boyfriend if you don't learn to play bridge. You're gonna poke somebody's eye out with that thing. Go back and this time use soap. You're not going out like that, are you? If he tries to kiss you, call me. Don't sit so close to the television, it'll ruin your eyes. If you fall out of that tree and break your leg, don't come running to me. You'll thank me for this someday. Mom, how could you forget her? Mother's Day is this Sunday.
See's famous old-time candies.
Most people who hear that commercial quickly become involved in the message because they realize it's a list of things their mothers might well have said to them when they were younger. Most listeners can relate to that commercial because they're involved in the message. They experience a degree of age regression. Their common human experiences are paced, and then they are led to the ultimate message of this spot. For Mother's Day, pick up a box of See's candies as a gift from Mom. Obviously, this commercial is good only for markets in which See's candies is well known. It also utilizes the principle of closure. As you're enjoying that list of things Mom might have said to you, you're also wondering, where is this going? The first time you hear this commercial, it's very difficult not to become involved.
Do you have a teenage daughter? Do you think that because she's young, she's not interested in sex? Or are you too embarrassed to talk about it? Do you know if she uses contraception? Or can't you cope with discussing the subject? If so, how would you both cope if she has a baby?
One last push.
Push.
Yes, well done.
Every year in Wales, nearly 5,500 teenage girls and their parents have to do just that.
Call 01222 342 766 for your free FPA booklet, available in both English and Welsh. It'll help you talk to your daughter about sex.
That commercial was both very effective and very controversial. Some listeners were offended, but they certainly were involved. And in addition to involvement, the spot utilizes emotion, visual images, audio images, and anticipatory surprise, which we will talk about soon. Small wonder it was so effective, even if a few people found it to be in bad taste. One of the most powerful ways to involve the audience is to begin your message with a question. I am not by any means saying that you should begin all or most of your advertising with a question. I am saying it can be very effective. But many people in our business have been taught never to begin a commercial with a question. If you were taught that, please take a moment to erase that admonition from your memory because it's wrong-headed. Now, I don't suggest that you begin your commercial with a stupid question. I once heard a commercial that began by asking, "Hey, are you looking for some fun in the sun?" No, I'm not. And that's a stupid question, and it's not very likely to involve the audience. But a question that involves people can be very effective. Like the example we used earlier from the insurance company. If you died tomorrow, would your family have enough money to live as securely as you'd like? That question will involve your target audience. Here is the strongest opening question I have ever heard in a commercial.
What if everyone in the world was named Chuck?
That's got to be the strangest question I've ever heard in my life. But you're driving down the street, listening to the radio, and you hear that question. Are you going to change stations before you find out why he asked such a question? It's such an odd question, the listener has to stick around just to discover why anyone would ever think to wonder what it would be like if everyone in the world were named Chuck. A commercial for insurance might well begin by asking, if you died tomorrow, would your family be as financially secure as you'd want them to be? A commercial for toothpaste might begin by asking, how would the world be different if people did not have teeth. A restaurant might ask, where do you go for dinner when your appetite is very large, but your pocketbook is very small? Anticipatory surprise. An anticipatory surprise is a surprising moment in a commercial that you know is coming, but which you look forward to anyway. In a commercial, the more you can build in a surprise that people anticipate, the greater that spot's wear factor. That is, the more often people can hear it without becoming bored by it. In the mid-1960s, an unknown actor named Dustin Hoffman filmed a TV commercial for the Volkswagen Beetle, which was being introduced to America. And Hoffman's on-screen character was a little bit smug as he showed off the all-new Volkswagen Beetle and opened up the hood and said, "The engine is not in the front of the car." And then he walked around to the back and said, "The engine is..." And he opened the back, and the engine wasn't there either. And he looked very puzzled and then just turned and walked away. And that moment of him discovering that the engine wasn't in the back either made that commercial so watchable. No matter how many times you saw it, you still anticipated his moment of confusion. You anticipated the surprise. And here's the key. You're not anticipating the surprise to you. You're anticipating the surprise to the person in the commercial. Here are some commercials that contain anticipatory surprises. The question is not, can we surprise the audience? The question is, can we make the audience want to experience that commercial for the 20th or 30th time by making them anticipate the surprise each time? By the way, the surprise should come at or near the end of the commercial. There's little value in having the listener or viewer anticipate something that occurs within the first few seconds of the spot. Here's an example from Dick Orkin. Notice where the anticipatory surprise occurs, and notice that the surprise focuses on the brand name that is being sold.
You're here to what? To patent my new invention, the copy machine? I think that's already been invented. Aha. But my copier reduces, enlarges, and makes crisp, clean copies every single time. Fascinating. I call it Norms, that's my name, 300RE. Well, I call this the new Minolta 300RE. No, see, it says right here, Norms 300RE. You mean this masking tape with your name written in red crayon? That's it. Sir, this is the shoddiest ripoff I've ever seen. Yeah, well, that's what they said to Thomas Edison. Well, he actually invented something. Was it a copy machine that reduces legal-size paper to file size and can also enlarge? Oh, come on, you didn't invent this machine. Oh, yeah. Well, who did then? What does that say? Minolta 300RE. Uh-huh. What do you say for yourself, Mr. Minolta. What? Norm Minolta, that's my name. Get out here before I phone the cops. That's what they said to Alexander Graham Bell. The Minolta 300RE. Remember, it was our idea.
The big surprise occurs when the patent office guy rips off the masking tape to reveal the name Minolta, and it's close to the very end. So you sit through the story, waiting to experience the surprise again. In fact, that's one of the very big secrets of comedy commercials. The humor doesn't come from jokes. It doesn't come from funny voices. It doesn't even come from delivering lines humorously. It comes from the spaces between the words, from the silence that immediately precedes the revelation of the surprise. This should be obvious. But you can't have anticipatory surprise if there is no surprise. Try to find a surprise in this commercial.
I'm here talking about Wells Fargo free checking with direct deposit. We're here with Pete. Pete, what do you think about this free checking deal?
Well, I think it's the best thing since diced bread.
I think you mean sliced. But anyway, along with your Wells Fargo free checking account, you also get all the benefits of becoming a Wells Fargo customer, like ATMs that are everywhere and free online banking from the leading internet bank. Better than other banks, huh?
I am truly excited about Wells Fargo free checking, and I think it's time other people woke up and smelled the butter.
Uh-huh. Well, at Wells Fargo, there are also bankers that can help you anytime, day or night. All of this and no monthly fee if you have direct deposit.
Woo-hoo! Better shake the lead out and get down there, then.
Do you mean shake a leg or get the lead out?
Hey, watch it with the remarks. You're treading on light ice.
I think we can discern from that conversation that Pete is pretty happy about it then. Talk to a banker today to find out more about Wells Fargo free checking with direct deposit. Checking was the first stage. Wells Fargo, the next stage. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Were you surprised Or was it obvious from the very beginning that the entire alleged humor in that commercial comes from the guy's mangling of cliches? There was no surprise, and there was no humor, and the attempt at comedy is completely unrelated to the sales message. Was there anything to look forward to if you were to hear that spot again, other than it ending? The surprise, by the way, does not have to be humorous, just surprising.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Dawn breaks, the bright, beautiful sun slowly creeping over the horizon, gently sweeping over the land like silk unraveling. A brand new day, bringing brand new discoveries for the kids across the street. Colorful birds, the golden brown cocker spaniel, sparkling morning dew resting on purple orchids. The world is so beautiful. I've been told.
Help the blind. Pledge the gift of sight by calling the Cornell Bank at 03-756-1511 today.
That commercial came from Malaysia. Here's a rather subtle use of anticipatory surprise, produced by Houston Effler Herstick Favat.
You may get cancer or heart disease, but one thing I doubt you'll ever get from tobacco companies is the truth. They keep saying you can't get hooked on cigarettes, but the truth is nicotine is extremely addictive. In fact, many smokers wind up even after they lose their vocal cords to cancer. My name is Janet Sackman. I'm not here because I got hooked and had cancer. I'm here because I was a model in cigarette ads and helped convince a lot of young people to smoke. I hope now I can convince you not to.
A message from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health.
That's a powerful, emotional surprise. When I first heard it, I assumed she was going to say, I used to be a smoker, and now I have to use this lung machine. It may not be the kind of commercial you enjoy hearing, but if you do hear it again, you're sure to wait for that moment when she crosses the bridge to the surprise. Here's a great example of the power of the anticipatory surprise.
I love hardcore hard cider. When it's hot and I'm hot, I rub a cold bottle of it down my neck and across my chest, and I take a big, long drink and roll it around on my tongue.
I just asked if you liked it, Mom. Jeez.
Sometimes the most natural things are the most disturbing.
I feel funny.
Hardcore hard cider. Just the right bite.
Now that you've heard that spot, you know where the joke is, where the comedy is. But the next time this commercial came on, wouldn't you be waiting for that moment of surprise? Even though you know what it's going to be, that is the effectiveness of anticipatory surprise. Remember, the anticipatory surprise does not have to be funny. It merely needs to be unexpected and highly relevant to the sales message.
An Easter message from Focus on the Family and this station.
They arrested him, period.
Jesus of Nazareth, come with us.
They convicted him, period.
He has spoken blasphemy.
They mocked him, period. They crucified him, period. They killed him, comma.
It is finished. Seal the tomb.
They've taken the Lord out of the tomb. We don't know where to find him.
He is not here. He is risen, just as he said.
I have seen the Lord.
Reach out your hand. Put it into my side. Stop doubting and believe.
My Lord and my God. Jesus, coming back soon.
The moment of anticipatory surprise came during the pause that preceded the word comma. Even though we're examining the use of anticipatory surprise, I doubt you can predict what the surprise will be in this next commercial.
Are steroids the best way to develop big muscles?
Basketball's a tough game. So what's the big deal if I take steroids? If you ask me, all this hype about how bad they are is totally lame. And side effects, come on, give me a break. I mean, who cares if they stunt my growth? I'm already 6'2". And so what if steroids cause a little acne? I mean, what's an extra zit here or there? Come on, get a life. And kidney damage? Now there's a good one. It's just a scare tactic. Like even the guy who gets them for me says there's no proof. And why would I doubt him? About the only side effect I've ever noticed is that my voice has gotten a bit lower. Hey, that's just sexier anyway.
Come on, Sue-Ann. Time for shoot-around.
I'm coming.
Sue-Ann, get the lead out. Go.
Hey, look, I said I'm coming.
Athletes who look for miracles hurt their bodies and their performance. Build muscles without risking your health by following a sensible diet and training program. Brought to you by the Dairy Farmers of Washington.
That's a very good commercial. It could have been stronger, though, if they had omitted the opening question. They began by asking, are steroids the best way to develop big muscles? They didn't need to telegraph the message. They could have begun with a monologue by Sue-Ann. But it did make very good use of anticipatory surprise. The anticipatory surprise should not be a joke, even if it's humorous. The problem with jokes is they get old fast. How many times do you want to hear the same joke? But if the humor of the surprise lies in the character's attitude, you can enjoy it again and again. Here's a very distinctive way to utilize the anticipatory surprise.
Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries presents beautiful songs for beautiful people who needed beautiful furniture.
Futon, baby. It's so ugly.
But it was my brothers, fraternity brothers.
But who calls the shots now?
Well, you call the shots now.
It's Lazy Boy, or you're cut off.
We're going to Lazy Boy
Furniture Gallery.
We're getting the sofa now.
A beautiful sofa now.
And I won't be sleeping on it.
Thank you, Lazy Boy
Furniture Gallery.
Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Beautiful people, beautiful furniture.
The next time you heard that commercial, wouldn't you look forward to the moment when the man suddenly changes his tune, almost literally? Empathetic identification. Empathy is simply putting yourself in someone else's shoes. Empathy is not the same as sympathy. Empathy is imagining how you would react to the situation another person is in. As an advertising tool, empathetic identification is very powerful. Here's a commercial that makes very good use of sound. It avoids the trap of too much copy, and it allows the listener to identify with the person whose exciting day is described by the announcer.
Dawn's first light. You're already awake, waiting. It won't be time to get up for at least another hour. You close your eyes. Your thoughts race ahead to today's approaching departure. Heart pounding. You wait some more. You roll over, remembering how it all happened. It was the radio, CKLW. You won that all-expense-paid family vacation for 4 to Walt Disney World. 5 days and 4 nights at the Hotel Royal Plaza. You sit up. Still too early. You lie down. A million images play inside your head. CKLW, Eastern Airlines, Big Thunder Mountain, Disney's newest adventure, and the old runaway mine train. You won that when you guessed its secret number in the CKLW high-low game. You punched the pillow. It's not time to get up yet. But soon.
Remember, in just a few more minutes, it'll be time to call in your number to win that trip to Disney World from CKLW.
Empathetic identification simply means you're imagining how exciting that would be as you wait for the alarm to ring and you look forward to taking that trip. It's really not difficult to do. It's simply putting yourself in the other person's shoes. Here is another very different example of empathetic identification by Earl Palmer Brown.
Just learn to read. You gotta go with the flow, so to say, so let yourself go. It's so easy.
Meet Doug Hill. He's making up to $12 an hour doing this.
You gotta play your time, say.
He has flexible hours, has received plenty of training for his job, and is obviously enjoying himself. So how did he get this gig? Well, he went to Pizza Hut and said, I want to earn $8 to $12 an hour for driving around and singing along with the radio. And I also want to be eligible for benefits. So they said, sure, as long as you drop off a few pizzas for us. So there you have it. Working as a Pizza Hut delivery driver pays great.
You gotta learn to live. You gotta learn to relax.
And it clearly doesn't require an exceptional amount of talent. If you're 18 or older, have your own car, and meet certain requirements, you could be qualified to be a Pizza Hut delivery driver. For more information, stop by a Pizza Hut near you. Pizza Hut is an equal opportunity employer.
I think that's one of the best commercials I've ever heard. Did you notice that they did not talk about Pizza Hut, about how many convenient locations they have, whether or not they're the #1 pizza delivery service in the country, or if they have the best pizza or the lowest prices or a special 2-for-1 offer this month only? None of those would help the goal of this commercial, which was to attract young adults to deliver pizzas for them. It's empathetic because it shows us what it's like to be a Pizza Hut delivery driver. It also uses multiple modalities to deliver that message. It's auditory. We hear him singing along. It's kinesthetic. You can feel him bouncing along to the music in the car. And it's visual, as you see him driving and singing along with the radio. Finally, one more example of using empathetic identification.
Fred, I just heard the great news. Congratulations on winning in the Maryland State Lottery.
Well, thanks. It was a chance of a lifetime. Get it? The chance
right.
of...
Listen, Fred, I hope winning the lottery won't make you forget your old friends.
Are you kidding, Larry?
Dave?
Dave, I'm not that sort of guy. A little wealth won't change me. I was saying to my wife, Alice, Grace, as I left the house this morning, the guys down at wherever I work, they're going to see the same old Ralph, Fred that they've always seen. I'm going to park my Rolls Royce right in there with their decrepit old subcompacts.
Well, that's great to hear, Fred. I just bought a couple of dollar tickets for me and the little old lady, and frankly, I wouldn't care if it changed me.
Oh, Dan. Dave, you'll feel differently. I go home as usual, open the paper, check my lottery number, pet my faithful dog Bowser, Rollo, and contemplate the stock market.
Hey, listen, how much did you win, Fred?
$5. You got to play to win, Carl. Dave.
That commercial used 3 techniques very effectively. First, emotion. It evoked in the listener the emotion of hope, the desire to change one's life. And it did so by getting listeners to empathize with the lottery winner, to imagine how their lives would be changed if they were to win the lottery. And it concluded with an anticipatory surprise, the moment when we discovered he had won only $5. And I'm sure you noticed that the surprise was at the end of the spot. And I'm sure you noticed that wonderful little pause before the surprise was revealed. The Roger Bannister effect. If consumers don't know it can be done, show. If you're introducing a new product or service, don't start by talking about all the benefits of that product or service because the consumers don't even know it exists. First, show them what it does and how it works. On May 6, 1954, Roger Bannister accomplished what many believed to be physically impossible. He ran a mile in less than 4 minutes. Sports commentators said it was inconceivable for an athlete to run a mile in under 4 minutes. Physiologists at the time thought both the body and mind were incapable of such an effort, and that at that speed the body's cellular structure would collapse. It simply was accepted that no human would ever break the 4-minute mile barrier. Most athletes believed that too. Why not? All the experts told them, so it never even occurred to them to try to do it. You might assume that what happened on that day in 1954 was Bannister was competing in a race and he ran as fast as he could, and after it was over, he discovered he had set a new world record. What really happened was Bannister believed he could break the 4-minute mile and trained for months to do just that. And on May 6, 1954, he set out to prove to the world and to himself that he was right, and he ran a mile in 3 minutes and 59.4 seconds. That was the first known instance in history of a human being running a mile in less than 4 minutes. 35 years later, in 1990, Sports Illustrated listed Bannister's performance as one of the top 10 all-time moments in sports history. And how long do you think it was before the second person in history ran a mile in less than 4 minutes? 46 days. What happened? Did other athletes suddenly get faster? No. Bannister showed them they could do it. A 4-minute mile isn't such a big deal anymore. Not since Roger Bannister showed the world that it could be done. If you happen to be a boxing fan, I have a question for you. Before they ever stepped into the ring together for the first time, how did Evander Holyfield know he could knock out Mike Tyson? It was not because of Holyfield's positive mental attitude. He knew he could knock out Mike Tyson because several years earlier, Buster Douglas fought Mike Tyson in Tokyo and knocked him out. Until that moment, all the boxing experts knew that Mike Tyson was invincible, unstoppable, and unbeatable. But when Holyfield saw Tyson get counted out that night in Tokyo, Holyfield knew that Tyson could be beaten, could be stopped, and could even be knocked out. If you have a new product or service, first you have to show your target audience that such a thing can be done before you can get them to consider making the purchase. Here is a commercial from a number of years ago that introduced something that very few people had experienced at that time, or even realized they could do.
Spray of water falls from a hose at the feet of a chubby 3-year-old. In this photograph, the clean smell of the water seems to rise from the image. The boy comes toward us. He has an adult's Panama hat down around his ears. He is your son, 15 years back. The power of photography. What if you could have it all yourself? If you had a digital camera, a photo scanner, and your own photo printer, could you produce real photographs at home? You could. The HP PhotoSmart system, only from Hewlett-Packard.
That commercial alone is not enough to convince me to go out and buy the HP photo system. But until I heard that commercial a number of years ago, it never occurred to me that I could develop and print my own photos on my home computer and printer. Before this commercial, the odds of me ever buying what they're advertising were 0. Now they're more than 0. They painted a picture, told a story, and planted a seed that introduced that new service or product. First, you see yourself with the benefits of the product. Then you can see yourself using the product. Here's another example of the Roger Bannister effect.
Greetings. This is your email.
Thanks to Personal Telecom from jfax.com, you can now listen to me over the phone. In fact, you can get all your faxes, email, and voice messages by phone or PC. Let's say you are schmoozing with the CEO before a presentation to shareholders when you get an email that says, "Hey Larry, I accidentally gave you last year's sales numbers. This is when I rescue your career. Just call and I will read this email over the phone." You can forward it to the nearest fax machine and change the numbers before your CEO is forced to resign. You see, Personal Telecom from jfax.com is essential. Sign up today and get your faxes, email, and voice messages in one convenient place. Do it before you say arrivederci to your career.
Don't go another day without Personal Telecom. Sign up now at jfax.com or call 1-888-GET-JFAX and we'll waive the $15 activation fee. Offer ends soon. Some restrictions may apply.
Never miss a message again.
Now, you might not be stampeding to sign up for JFAX, but now you've been introduced to the concept of having your faxes and emails read to you over the phone by a digitized computer voice, and you heard it. That's introducing a new service. That's creating a Roger Bannister effect. If you simply said, "It's the greatest thing ever. You can get all of your faxes and emails in one place and our computer will read it to you over the phone," people would say, "What? I'm sorry, I can't handle all that new information." "Okay, let me show you. Let me demonstrate it for you." "Oh, okay. Now I understand." The rehearsal effect. One day when I was in junior high school, our basketball coach told us, "Before you practice your free throws, I want you to stand and imagine that you are shooting 20 in a row that go right in the basket. That will help you improve your actual free throw percentage." And I remember asking, "Coach, why will that help?" And he said, "Because you're visualizing." "Uh-huh. Well, thanks for telling me what it's called, Coach, but why will that help?" At which point he gave me the answer that all junior high school coaches give when they don't know the answer to your question: take a lap. And it wasn't until years later, during my hypnosis training, that I learned why. There is something called the micromuscular effect. And if you imagine standing at the free throw line, taking your free throws, your body mimics that action on a micromuscular level. Your body takes the same actions that are required to actually shoot a free throw, but it does so on a very, very small scale. You actually are physically rehearsing the act of shooting the basketball. That technique does help, but not because you're visualizing. It helps because you are rehearsing. There is something that most car dealers know, that all people who create advertising should know, and that is 1 out of every 30 persons who walks into an automobile showroom ends up buying a car from that dealer. But there is one easy thing the car dealer can do to drop that ratio from 1 out of 30 to just 1 out of 7, to make it so that 1 out of every 7 potential customers who enters the showroom ends up buying a car from that dealer. What is that one easy thing? Have the customer take a test drive. 1 out of every 7 potential customers who test drive a car ends up buying a car from the dealer that gave them the test drive. In your commercials, let the targeted consumer take a test drive. We just took a test drive in that JFAX commercial. Let the consumers use the product. Let them experience the service. A number of years ago, the television show The Simpsons had enough episodes completed that they could enter syndication. Instead of airing only once a week, the show would also be on every weekday. So they launched an advertising campaign that was not designed to get people who had never seen the program to watch it. It was not designed to get people who had seen but disliked the program to watch it. It was designed to get people who had seen the show and do like it to watch it in syndication.
And now, Mr. Robert Goulet reads from The Writings of Bart, the collected after-school blackboard writings of young Bart Simpson. Mr. Goulet.
I will not trade pants with others. I will not do that thing with my tongue. I will not Xerox my butt. A burp is not an answer. I will not pledge allegiance to Bart. I will not eat things for money. I will not bring sheep to class. I will not instigate revolution. My name is not Dr. Death.
To experience all of Bart's blackboard writings, watch every classic episode of The Simpsons.
I will not call the principal Spudhead.
The Simpsons, now 5 times a week.
Now, if you're a Simpsons fan, then among other things, I'm guessing that as you listened to that commercial, you pictured Bart writing at the blackboard. And if you're a Simpsons fan, you know that every episode of that program begins that way, with Bart writing at that blackboard. And if that's what you pictured, then you just rehearsed the act of acting on the sales message of that commercial. That is, the act of watching the beginning of an episode of The Simpsons. Here's a commercial that should have utilized the rehearsal effect.
You found high-quality music online. You booked your vacation online. You found your car online. You found your trousers online. Why not find your next apartment online? ApartmentGuide.com. Point, click, rent.
Commercials for websites should almost always offer a test drive experience. That's because to get the value of a website, you need to do something. And if someone's never been to that website, that person has to be shown what to do or how to do it. This particular commercial spent 25 seconds talking about other things, and then at the last moment threw in the name of the advertiser and their slogan. You could have substituted any number of other websites for this particular sponsor, and the commercial would have been just as effective, or more accurately, just as ineffective. This should have been a test drive. Show us, from the user's perspective, how the website works and how it benefits the consumer. Here's a commercial that illustrates the results of the product via a test drive.
For all the rhythm in the hands, for all the highs and the leads, for all the bass in the backup, for all the harmony you need, for all the mood in the melody, the power in the song, for singing it out and keeping it strong, for the type, for the tape, for the facts, just ask Max. Maxell Audio. Just ask Max. Maxell Audio.
Great sound starts with the right audio tape. The right audio tape starts with Maxell. Now every new Maxell package tells you exactly what you need to know. Want great sound on your Walkman? Want the right tape for your CDs? Check the pack. Get the facts. Just ask Max.
Type for the tape, for the facts. Just ask Max. Maxell Audio. Just ask Max. Whoa, whoa.
This commercial by Jeff Davis allows the targeted consumer to rehearse the act of responding to the sales message.
Over the next 2 weeks, Americans will be glued to the TV set, watching the games, cheering for the USA. Yay! But as you sit captive by your enthusiasm, your thirst and hunger will no doubt grow to Herculean proportions. What will you do? What will you do?
Pizza Hut delivery.
Yes! With incredible coordination and skill, you juggle 2 remotes in one hand, reach over the dog, beyond the lamp, and snag the phone from the cradle. Overcoming the obstacles, you seize the moment and phone Pizza Hut for their special You buy the deep dish, we buy the toppings pizza. That's right. Buy a large deep dish pizza for just $9.99 and you get up to 2 toppings absolutely free. Pick your favorite toppings like sausage,
9.9,
mushrooms,
9.9,
anchovies,
5.5,
pepperoni.
a perfect 10.
In a show of support to our national heroes, Pizza Hut presents You buy the deep dish, we buy the toppings. Call for delivery so you don't miss a minute of the action. Now let the games begin. Pizza Hut, you're going to love the stuff we're made of.
First, they pace your experience of watching the Olympics on your TV set and getting hungry. And then they let you rehearse the act of picking up the phone and ordering their pizza. Here's a recruitment commercial by Chris Levy that offers a test drive.
It's the only job where you can come and be in a good mood all day long.
I like the hours, especially because I have 2 kids and I work the same hours that they're in school. We like to promote within, too.
We have opportunities here for people to advance.
It's really good to work for a company that first and foremost recognizes that you've done a good job and tells you thank you.
Kind of like a family atmosphere.
And the money.
And the money.
My first day, I actually got 3 cells.
The money is great.
If you don't like your environment, you don't love your job, there's no reason to be there.
If you don't love your job, call Grand Vista Vacations at 823-7229.
We dance, we do the dip, we do it all. And we sell and make money, too.
Recruitment advertising is especially appropriate for the test drive approach. If you can get the targeted audience to share the positive experience of what it's like to work there, you have a much better chance of succeeding. Here's another test drive commercial from Cliff Freeman and Partners.
Hollywood Video presents 60-Second Theater, where we try, unsuccessfully, to pack all the action and suspense of a 2-hour Hollywood production into 60 seconds. Today's presentation, Scream 2.
Well, it's just us 7 incredibly attractive sorority girls here alone in our nightgowns.
Must kill.
Did you hear something? I'll go outside alone and investigate.
Must kill.
What was that? I'll go check.
Must kill.
There's a noise again. I'm scared.
Let's stick together.
I've got a better plan. Lois, you hide in the utility shed with the gas-powered cutting and shearing equipment. Okay. Cece, you go up to the dark and slippery roof and hide right near the edge. All right. Hallie, whatever you do, don't leave my side.
Good idea. I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, there's an old outhouse near the swamp. Perfect.
Bye.
Must kill. Must kill. Must kill.
That already?
Must kill.
Oh my, good thing I took that kickboxing class. He sure looks dead.
No, I'm not.
I can't think of a better time to turn my back and put my guard down.
Must. If this doesn't satisfy your urge to see Scream 2, and we can't say we blame you, then rent it today at Hollywood Video, where Scream 2 is guaranteed to be in stock or next time it's free. Welcome to Hollywood. Hollywood Video.
Now, if you've never seen that kind of dumb teen slasher movie, that commercial won't make you want to rent the video. And if you've seen that kind of dumb teen slasher movie and you don't like the genre, you're not likely to rent the video either. But if you're a fan of that genre, you might very well rent that video, because they just took you on a test drive that reminded you of what that particular experience is like. Here's another test drive commercial from Dick Terhune.
Marley was dead to begin with. Dead as a doornail.
Scrooge and Marley's, I believe.
Humbug.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle. God save you.
If I could work my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled in his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart.
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard. I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance of escaping my fate, Ebenezer. Ebenezer.
Hear me! I am not the man I was!
The Warner Theatre presents Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, Saturday and Sunday, December 15th and 16th. Reserve tickets available at the Warner box office, 489-7180. Sponsored by FM 97.3 WZBG.
You were just given a test drive of a performance of A Christmas Carol. Another test drive commercial.
Our top business story. Will the merger of Reeves Industries and Allen Oil Refineries affect the nation's petroleum reserves? Housing starts, which dipped last November, are up again this month, which experts say is a good sign for the... Hello?
Hi, it's Bob.
Yes?
I don't want to know about this.
Oh, okay.
I want you to talk about boxing.
Okay.
Then I'd like to hear some movie reviews.
Right.
And if there's any news from the insurance industry, the latest health news,
good idea.
then you can end with, let's see.
Traffic?
No.
Weather?
No, that's dumb. Golf.
Okay. Now, you want the intro music again? Gotcha. No more music.
It sort of hit us that the ultimate news program would be one that you program, and it wouldn't just have news, horoscopes, personal stock portfolios, whatever you're into. It's called My Yahoo, and it's free at yahoo.com. My Yahoo. Yeah, it sounds dirty, but trust us, it isn't. Do you, Yahoo?
Now, that's not really how myyahoo.com works. You don't get to call the newscaster and issue orders. But you were given a metaphorical test drive of what it would be like to decide exactly what kind of news you would like presented to you and how you want that news presented. Remember, in advertising, your goal is to get the targeted consumer to test drive not the product, but the results of the product.
The time traveller opened the door of the time machine and said,
"It is a far, far better thing that I do than I've ever done."
Then Robinson Crusoe turned to Man Friday
and gently stroking Lady Chatterley's thigh, said,
"Oh, Heathcliff, I love you."
"Curiouser and curiouser," cried Alice.
And the hobbits laughed gleefully
as the cold, silent figure of Big Brother watched on.
Alongside these classics at your local library, you'll find the very latest titles too, from best-selling authors such as Nick Hornby, Joanna Trollope, John Grisham and Bill Bryson. Kent County Council Arts and Libraries. Are you getting the most out of yours?
That test drive commercial by Roger Wilco Productions increased local library membership by 19%. Advertising should sell results, not products or services. Here's another commercial that test drives the results.
You are about to hear an amazing commercial, not because of anyone famous or funny jokes, but 2 years ago it would have been impossible. Back then I couldn't read. I'm Weldon Ransom. It's amazing to me that I can read now, and that someone took an hour or two a week to tutor me in reading for free through Literacy Volunteers of America here in Dallas. I hope you can help Literacy Volunteers with your time or a donation. It would be amazing if you could. Call Literacy Volunteers at 670-7836. Thank you.
You've just test-driven the results of Literacy Volunteers of America. Can you offer a musical test drive of a non-musical product? Sure.
I'm a healthy mushroom, short and sweet. The veggie people love to eat. Dice me up with pork mince, chili sauce. Add a dash of soy, of course. Deck me out in my wonton costume. Steam 4 minutes, then consume.
There's nothing little about mushrooms. Big taste, big flavor. So grab a big bagful today.
No mushrooms were harmed during the making of this commercial, but one was eaten.
Selling is educating, and that commercial educates the consumer by showing them how to cook with mushrooms. Here's another in the series, produced by Mark Murphy.
We're a group of mushrooms, short and sweet. This recipe's a true blue treat. Fry us up with onions, finely sliced. Tomato, parsley, sounds nice. Mix us with some minced egg and breadcrumb. Shape us into rissoles, yum.
There's nothing little about mushrooms. Big taste, big flavor. So grab a big bagful today.
No mushrooms were harmed during the making of this commercial, but 5 were bitten.
Notice they didn't just talk or even sing about mushrooms. They enabled you to see how easy it is to follow that recipe. In other words, they gave you a test drive. Mark Murphy and his team also offered test drives of, well, let's listen.
I'm here at the Amplimesh showroom. With me is the boss, Bob. Show me the new Amplimesh ClearGuard security door.
You're looking at one.
What?
You're looking right through one.
This is the ClearGuard door.
Yeah.
Amazing. I can see right through it. No ugly bars. I can see the roof. I can see the ceiling. I can
Amplimesh ClearGuard. There's no other security door like it. It can't be jimmied, slit, battered or kicked in. But because it's made from stainless steel mesh, the choice has never been clearer. Amplimesh ClearGuard. For your nearest Amplimesh store, call 13 16 51.
That is a highly visual demonstration of a product whose strongest selling point is visual. That is, it's nearly invisible. And it gives you a test drive of just how non-intrusive those security doors are. Here's another spot from the same campaign. Still visual, still offering a test drive.
Down here at the Amplimesh showroom, we're about to witness Master Door Tester Lee Kwang-do. First, the leaping, screaming kick. Now, the famous tomahawk test.
Amplimesh ClearGuard. There's no other security door like it. Made with stainless steel mesh and tough aluminium frame. It's super strong and super safe. Drop in and test it yourself. The choice has never been clearer. Amplimesh ClearGuard. For your nearest Amplimesh store, call 13 16 51.
And here's one last spot from that campaign, offering a highly visual test drive.
I'm with Esme Walton in her home. Esme recently had Amplimesh ClearGuard security doors and windows installed. Would you mind showing us where they are?
Well, over there.
Where?
There.
Where?
Those sliding doors, dear, opening onto the patio. Be careful, dear. Oh.
Amplimesh ClearGuard. There's no other security door like it. Made with stainless steel mesh and tough aluminium frame. The choice has never been clearer. Amplimesh ClearGuard. For your nearest Amplimesh store, call 13 16 51.
Here's an example of a great campaign you might remember, but I had to hear this commercial quite a few times before I realized the true reason it's so effective.
I understand some of you have been turning to self-help books and motivational speakers as a source of inspiration. Well, not me. My inspiration comes from the common man and what he must do to make it a Bud Light.
Well, me and my wife were shopping for groceries. We'd go once a week.
They go shopping once a week!
So we get to the beer case and I get a six-pack of Bud Light. Well, she tells me to put it back.
She tells him to put it back.
She says she's sick of me picking the beer. She wants to pick it.
She wants to pick it.
So I said, fine, go ahead. So she picks up the Bud Light and puts it in the cart.
She puts the Bud Light in the cart.
Yeah, she wanted the Bud Light the whole time. It's like she was playing with my mind or something.
Playing with your mind, was she? Well, it's obvious who won that little round of emotional warfare.
Who?
So, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
No, seriously, who?
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Did you notice the anticipatory surprise when the guy says, who? But here's why I think this is a brilliant commercial. What did you picture as you listened? The couple in the grocery store? And perhaps someone putting the Bud Light in the cart? Twice? And everyone who heard that commercial mentally rehearsed the act of putting the Bud Light in the cart twice. The overall writing, performance, and production were brilliant, but the real power came from the rehearsal effect. This next commercial from the same campaign offers a similar rehearsal effect, perhaps not quite as vividly as the one we just heard.
Today I'd like to talk to you on a very serious note, because this is the story of a man overcoming monumental physical pain and suffering to make it a Bud Light. There's nothing funny about what you're about to hear.
Well, actually, it is kind of funny.
Work with me, son.
Okay, I was at a ball game.
He was at a ball game!
Yep. And so, like, when I saw the Bud Light vendor, I went to raise my arm so he'd see me.
His arm arose!
Exactly, but I hit my funny bone on the seat next to me.
No, no, no!
Yeah, so I just raised my other arm instead and, got his attention and the Bud Light.
He got the Bud Light! Young man, do you ever look back and wonder what would have happened if you'd just given up, if you hadn't followed your dream of making it a Bud Light?
Not really.
Probably a wise idea. So, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The heavy emphasis on comedy somewhat overshadowed the image of someone asking for a Bud Light, but it does help build the association it was aiming for. When you're at a ball game, ask for a Bud Light. Polarity response. Polarity response is my favorite thing in all of psychology because I am afflicted with it. If you have polarity response and someone tells you to do something, you will do anything but what they told you to do. It's what we used to call reverse psychology. The best example of utilizing the polarity response I've ever seen in my real life was by my mother. One evening, she found herself having to prepare dinner for 4 grandchildren between the ages of 4 and 6. And if you've ever tried to make dinner for several young children, you know it's not an easy task, because each of them likes only one food, and they won't tell you which food that is. So my mother put the food down on the table, and in a moment of inspiration she said, "I don't want anybody to eat anything that they don't like." And guess what her grandchildren said? "We can if we want to." That is using the polarity response. For most healthy people, if you push their buttons too hard, they will push back. Because I am familiar with the phenomenon of polarity response, which is simply the fact that many people just don't like being told what to do, when I conduct live seminars, I am very unlikely to begin by telling people to please take your seats. Instead, I will say something like, feel free to take your coffee to your seat and make yourself comfortable. Linguistically, I am not telling people to sit down. I am inviting them to make themselves comfortable. And in phrasing my request that way, I avoid any unconscious power struggles that might otherwise arise. That's how a good hypnotherapist or a good psychotherapist works, too. Instead of saying to the new client, so, sit down and tell me about yourself, which linguistically is constituted as a direct order and which can easily trigger a polarity response, a good therapist will gesture broadly toward the only available chair in the office and say, please make yourself comfortable. Now, the real message, what in NLP is referred to as the meta message, is sit in that chair. After all, there isn't anywhere else for the person to sit, and the client is unlikely to stretch out on the office floor in order to be comfortable, but the message is delivered in the form of a carefully worded invitation, not a command. There was a psychotherapist named Frank Farrelly who wrote a wonderful book called Provocative Therapy. In this book, Farrelly described how he would deal with a typical new client who was suffering from depression. The client would sit down. Farrelly would ask, so, what's your problem? And the client might reply, I'm just a loser. Now, at this point, the client is expecting to be reassured by the therapist that he is not a loser. But Farrelly would say, yeah, just from meeting you, I can tell that you're the kind of person who's never been able to do a single thing correctly in his entire life. I doubt you've ever had any success at anything, that there is nothing you can do well, that no one has ever liked you, that you've never been able to help anyone else with their problems, you've got no friends, never have had any friends, and you've never, ever been able to do anything right. And what do you suppose the client would say in response? He'd say something like, well, that's not really true. There are a couple of things I'm pretty good at. Yeah, I do know one or two people who seem to like me well enough. Farrelly would push the client so hard in one direction that the client automatically would push back in the opposite direction. As someone who suffers from polarity response, if you tell me to do something, I'm very unlikely to do it. If you ask me, I might. And a lot of people are like that. In fact, most people are like that if you push them past a certain point. And you can use this principle in advertising if you push your target audience past that certain point so that they push back in the direction you want them to push. Here's a commercial that uses polarity response to get people to sign up with a new gas company rather than the gas company everyone has been using forever.
Mrs. Gooch, you haven't switched from British Gas to Amarada, have you?
No, I haven't.
You do know that if you do switch, they don't have to dig up your garden or change the pipes or anything like that, don't you?
Yes.
In fact, all you have to do is just fill in a form.
Yes.
But you're still not going to switch to Amarada?
No, I'm not.
Can I ask you why?
Yes. I believe that the Amarada company is actually a front for an alien invasion force from the Nexus star system, who are planning to convert all of the Earth's fresh water into space cheese.
Fair enough.
If you've got one good reason not to buy your gas from Amarada, we'd love to hear it. Free phone Amarada on 0500 001100.
That uses polarity response because on some level, we are waiting for that guy to say, excuse me, but that's crazy. And when he pauses and then says, fair enough, mentally we jump in and think, well, that's a crazy reason not to switch to Amarada gas. You'd have to be crazy not to. That commercial, by the way, also utilizes deletion because it never does verbalize that message that you'd have to be crazy not to switch to Amarada gas. Instead, it lets you make that connection for yourself. And you might also have noticed that that commercial utilizes anticipatory surprise. And the anticipation is heightened at the moment of pause, just before The man says, fair enough. Here's a soft drink commercial that makes use of the polarity response.
And it's a splash of heavenly Sprite. Just one sip and everything will be alright.
Women will come flocking, violins will play for you. Sprite makes you popular.
Strangers say hello.
Even people that you stepped on say,
hi, way to go!
Your complexion will improve, and you will find eternal youth. Yes, Sprite will make you great in everything you do. And if you believe this jingle, you should get a clue. To see it really doesn't matter just what we sing. Image is nothing, thirst is everything. Obey your thirst. Right. Obey your thirst.
That commercial utilizes the polarity response in this manner. All during the commercial, you're thinking the opposite of what they're saying. Sprite won't make you popular. Sprite can't do all those things for you. And that leads to the true message of the campaign. All Sprite can do is quench your thirst. But first, they forced you to reach that conclusion by their insistence that a soft drink can change your life so dramatically. Here's another commercial from that campaign, again using polarity response to drive home the association between Sprite and your thirst.
Every day it's just the three of us, you, me, and our Sprite.
All those cans and bottles, baby, it feels so right.
Before we drank Sprite, you grossed me out, but now I'm ready to tie the knot.
Thanks to Sprite, you won my heart, despite that mustache problem you've got.
Sprite is why I love your dog breath and the jam between your toes.
Sprite makes me love all that hair on your back and that nasty mole on your nose.
Wait a second. What are we saying? This jingle is full of lies.
All Sprite does is quench our thirst.
It won't make your face easier on my eyes. So our romance is dead.
Go sleep on the sofa bed.
Here's a paper bag, put it over your head.
Image is nothing.
Thirst is everything.
Obey your thirst.
Sprite.
Here's a subtle use of polarity response.
At 3 p.m., June 1995, Everton Baker replies to a classified advertisement in his local paper.
Personnel speaking, may I help you?
Hi, good day. I'm Mr. Baker, calling about the clerical assistance job that was advertised in the paper.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Baker, but the job's already been taken.
It was advertised this morning, you know.
Yes, we've had lots of inquiries and we have already filled the post, but do look out for further advertisements and apply again. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
1 hour later, Terry Lang responds to the same advertisement.
Personnel speaking, can I help you?
Yeah, hi there. I'm ringing about the clerical job that's advertised in the paper.
Yes, could I have your name, please?
That's Mr. Lang.
Mr. Lang, could you come in at 10:30 next Tuesday?
Oh, yeah, that'd be lovely. Thank you.
Good. You have the address, obviously, and everything?
Yes, I do.
Fine. See you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
The Commission for Racial Equality fights discrimination like this every day. Please report or challenge racism wherever it occurs.
That commercial uses polarity response by simply presenting the situation to you as it happens and allowing you to react to the blatant unfairness of the situation that was portrayed. In sales, there's something called the takeaway sale. That's essentially when you tell the potential customer he's not qualified to buy from you. In this next commercial, Dick Terhune uses the takeaway sale psychology to create a polarity response.
If you want a wheelbarrow, we can't help you. If you want a garden hose, we can't help you. If you want a power saw, we can't help you. If you want a lawn tractor, we can't help you. If you want to build a deck or dock, there we can help you. Because unlike those giant do-all hardware barns, Mahopac Railroad Tie does one thing, the only thing we ever have done, and we do it right. Pressure-treated lumber, mahogany, cedar, composites, that's what we do every day. When you're building a new deck or adding on to an existing one, maybe putting in a retaining wall, even a dock, just come to the one place that's been doing it since 1973, Mahopac Railroad Tie. free delivery in most cases. You won't hurt our feelings if you go someplace else to buy windows. We don't do windows. But if you go to the window place and ask for cedar, mahogany, or pressure-treated lumber, well, they can't help you. Maypac Railroad time. That's what we do. So call 914-628-8111.
By repeatedly saying, "We can't help you," the listener is forced to wonder, what can they help me with? Blaine Parker uses a similar approach for a different kind of client.
Woodrow Woodson here for the Wood Lobby. If you're building a new house, use real wood. It's a natural. Building with wood contributes to deforestation. And really, who wants to see a bunch of old trees when you can have great American wide open spaces? And wood construction of your new home also provides shelter for all kinds of woodland creatures made homeless by deforestation. You know, furry little rodents with pointy teeth. Of course, your new wood home is also food for termites and food for fire. What's a good home without a good fire threat? Plus, fire's a great way to get rid of termites and little furry rodents with pointy teeth. Oh, and let's not forget rot. Wood rots! Yeah, and then we get to sell you more wood.
The home of your dreams should last forever. Call Livingston's Concrete and ask for information about exciting, versatile, and durable ICF construction. It looks great, saves money, and nobody wants to eat it. Call 916-334-4313. That's 334-4313. Livingston's Concrete, for the look of home sweet home without the wood taste.
And here's one last example of a commercial that uses the polarity response, this one by Steve McKenzie.
Tool Depot is awesome.
Tool Depot is ugly.
Tool Depot has lots of tools.
Tool Depot has no style.
Tool Depot has incredible prices.
Tool Depot smells like a garage.
You should see the selection.
You should see the location.
Saws, drills, wrenches, sanders. Every week there's always something new on sale.
Oh boy, a sale.
Tool Depot will meet or beat prices on any tool.
Tool Depot needs a facelift.
They carry names like Milwaukee, DeWalt, Bosch Skill, Ingersoll Rand, Campbell Husfeld, Makita, Porter Eagle, Channel Lock, Stanley, and others.
How boring.
Plus, they carry tools from IIT that come with a lifetime guarantee.
And this is exciting to you?
When I can get tools for $1 and bags of fasteners for $0.25, yes, it's exciting. Every week there's a new discount.
Tool Depot.
I love it.
I hate it.
Tool Depot. They're easy to find.
And hard to forget.
In Crest Hill on the corner of Larkin and Plainfield in the Hillcrest Shopping Center. Open 7 days a week.
That's 7 days too many.
Tool Depot.
It's not pretty.
It's awesome.
In that commercial, the polarity response is created by the woman who pushes the target audience, that's home handymen, into actively disagreeing with her, and thereby endorsing the advertiser. Preferred sense modalities. The three primary preferred sense modalities are sight, sound, and feeling, which can be either tactile or emotional. We also have olfactory, that's smell, and gustatory, that's taste. But the three primary modalities are sight, sound, and touch or feeling. Everyone uses all those modalities most of the time, but most of us have one preferred modality. For example, this either describes you or someone you know. Someone who, when parallel parking an automobile, always turns down the radio first. That describes roughly 30% of the general population. Those people are primarily auditory. Do you know why they turn down the radio before they can parallel park? Because they talk to themselves as they maneuver the car. Okay, let's see. Am I close enough? Oh, okay, back up. Anybody there? Am I close enough to the curb? They're talking to themselves. And if you do that, then I'm guessing you, primarily, are auditory. It's a fascinating experiment to come out of a movie theater and listen to different people comment on the technical aspects of the film. You'll have one group that will say, it was all blurry. Another group says, it wasn't blurry. I saw everything fine, but I couldn't hear a darn thing. Well, guess which group is visual and which group is auditory. And then there's the third group, the one that complains about how uncomfortable the seats were. Those are the kinesthetics. Kinesthetic is the fancy word we apply to feelings, whether it's emotional or touch. All of it is called kinesthetic. If you can identify the preferred sense modality of the person to whom you are speaking, speak that person's language. If you know someone's native language is French, and you want to communicate to that person, and you happen to speak perfect French, I'd suggest you talk to them in French. If you know they're primarily visual, speak in visual terms. In a few minutes, I'll share with you a partial list of visual terms that you can use to communicate effectively with a visual person. And you also can use these words to identify someone who is highly visual. This is an excellent exercise to try when talking to someone on the phone, for example. Jot down all the code words they use to signal to you what their preferred sense modality is. You'll be amazed how easy it is to pick up on these cues once you know to look for them, or to listen for them, or to develop a feel for them. There, I just expressed that thought in 3 different ways, one for each of the 3 preferred sense modalities. Here are 2 people who are talking to each other, but not really communicating, due to their different preferred modalities. See if you can spot the differences.
I don't know. There's something I'm not hearing in that commercial.
Well, I think the message is clear, don't you?
To tell the truth, I'm not sure what the problem is.
I think I see what you mean. You want to paint a picture in the consumer's eyes that shows off your product, but it doesn't appear to you that we've brought that into focus enough.
Well, I don't know. I guess maybe, in a manner of speaking. Listen, I'm just not sure what the problem is.
Okay, well, it's important to me that we see eye to eye on this. Look at it this way. In light of all the competition you face, it's important that when people see the word widgets, they automatically picture your widgets, right?
I suppose so. But in this commercial, it sounds to me like we're talking about one thing without really ringing a bell for our target audience.
Well, it looks like the problem might be that we're suffering from tunnel vision. It's clear to me now that this is a horse of a different color. Let me show you why this commercial will work for you.
I hear what you're saying, but it sounds like something that might make people tune out. I mean, all that noisy chatter.
As you probably figured out, one person was speaking in visual terms, while the other person was perceiving things from an auditory standpoint. Here is a partial list of verbal clues to help identify people who are highly visual. Notice if the people you talk to, the people you come into contact with every day, whether it's people you work with, people you sell to, people you represent, notice if they use words and phrases and terms like these. See what you mean. Just can't see it. Show, as in, let me show you, or, well, can you show me what you're talking about? Clear. Oh, now I've got a pretty clear idea. Now it's clear to me where you're going with this. Focus, as in, let me bring it into focus for you, or let's focus on just one thing. Appears. Well, it appears to me that the problem is beyond a shadow of a doubt. Clear cut. Eye to eye. Flashed on. I just flashed on this idea. Horse of a different color. In light of. Well, in light of this new information. Well, in light of the fact that Dave doesn't want to. Looks like. Well, it looks to me like this project is, not going to work. Paint a picture. Okay, let me paint a picture for you, all right? See to it. Sight for sore eyes. Tunnel vision. Watch, as in, watch this. Okay, just watch what happens. Or even watch out. Expose. Attractive. Dark. Appear. Reveal. Okay, let's reveal the big surprise. Look at it this way. Or just plain, look. Has anyone ever begun a sentence to you by saying, look? I'm guessing so many times you've lost. There's no way you could count. Look, there's no way. Okay. You probably have heard those phrases all your life. If you notice someone who uses some of those phrases regularly, I suggest that you do not say to them, "Well, it sounds to me like you hear this campaign is making a big noise in the marketing world, huh? How does this feel to you? Are you getting a handle on it?" There, you began speaking in auditory terms and then switched to kinesthetic, but the person you're talking to is highly visual. Meanwhile, here are some code words that are commonly used by people who are highly auditory. Loud and clear. I hear you. Sounds like, or sounds to me, hearing the message. Are you hearing the message? Ring a bell. Oh, that rings a bell. Or clear as a bell. Describe it for you. In other words, to say describe, you're going to talk. Let me describe it for you. Earful. Okay. Boy, did he give me an earful. He granted me an audience. An audience is someone who sits and listens while someone talks. Idle talk. I don't have time for idle talk or idle chatter. Talk about it. Talk to me. Hey, let's talk. In a manner of speaking, has anyone ever begun a sentence with this word? Listen. Listen, I don't know what he told you. Outspoken. To tell the truth. That's auditory because of the word tell. Tune out. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I just kind of tuned out for a moment. What did you say? That's an auditory person. Word for word. Quiet. Noisy. Chatter. Mention. That's a form of speech. I'll mention it to him. Didn't you mention yesterday? If someone says, didn't you mention that yesterday, they're remembering the words or trying to remember the words that you used. Echo. Well, I've got to echo Bob's comments there. Silence. Shout. Well, those colors just shout to the world that you're, trying to get attention. Tell. Okay, let me tell you how it's going to be. Lecture. Don't lecture me. I don't need to hear a speech from you. Translates. Okay, well, all of this translates into the fact that you don't want to do this. That's basically what you're telling me, right? Announce. I'd like to announce that from now on, all of those are auditory. In some ways, I get the biggest kick out of kinesthetic code words because they're so obvious once they're pointed out to you, but you don't usually think about them otherwise. By the way, that sentence was highly visual. Obvious, pointed out to you. Kinesthetic code words include feel. Have you ever heard anyone use the word feel? I feel that you're way off base here. Rough. Okay, I've got a rough idea of where you're going with this. And also going is kinesthetic because kinesthetic includes movement. Remember, it's both touch and movement, and it's also emotion. Smooth. Okay, I'll smooth the way for you. Don't worry about it. I'll smooth this out. Grab or grabs. How's that grab you? I know that really grabs me by the heart here. Boils down to. What it all boils down to is this. Get in touch with. Hold it, hold it. Keep your shirt on. Get the drift? Lay my cards on the table. Let me lay my cards on the table. That's kinesthetic. Following. I'm not following you. Slipped. Ooh, that slipped my mind. That one slipped between the cracks. Start from scratch. Hard. I'm having a hard time with this. Hurt. Now that really hurts our efforts. Sweep. Boy, we're going to sweep the floor with those guys. Flop. Pressure. bounce. We'll bounce back. Comfortable. I'm comfortable with that. Break, as in, let's break the mold. Let's break free from what everyone else thinks we should do. Pulls. Boy, that really pulls on me. It really pulls me right to where you want me to go. Pushes. Hey, you're pushing. Okay, don't push me. I don't like pushy people. Skipped. Wait a minute, you skipped like 3 steps here. Let's back up. Now, notice how kinesthetic words and terms go together. If someone says you skipped 3 steps, it's completely natural for them to say, let's back up. Those are both kinesthetic. Weigh. Let's weigh our options. Let's weigh the situation. Those are kinesthetic terms. Again, in an interpersonal situation, especially if you're selling, look for these verbal clues. If it's a telephone conversation, sit there with a pad and write down every code word the other person utters. If you examine that list later, you'll discover the key to communicating to them very directly. Listen to the other person's predicates and respond accordingly. Literally speak their language. If they're speaking visually, then you should speak visually too. All of us rely on certain of our senses more than others. Many people are primarily visual. Many others favor auditory channels. Those are the methods by which we most effectively process information. In a room full of radio professionals, we can expect lots of auditory processors. So I am not going to use a lot of slides and overheads and PowerPoint presentations and computer graphics if I'm talking to a room full of radio professionals. I will talk to those people and I will illustrate the principles I'm talking about with audio tapes whenever possible. But if it's a room full of theatrical set designers, I'll choose visual modes of communication. Lots of color, lots of visuals, lots of pictures, lots of illustrations. You don't play audio tapes for set designers. So what you do is identify the preferred modality of your targeted customer. And sometimes it's real easy. For example, if you're selling musical instruments, what modality should you use? Auditory. When you play your new sousaphone from Sousaphones R Us, your friends will tell you how great you sound. What if you're selling, let's say, a skiing package or a ski lodge? You'd use kinesthetic language. Don't talk about how beautiful the sun looks as it reflects off the snow. Don't talk about the excited screams of skiers as they race downhill. Use kinesthetic language, the feel of speed, of the wind, the snow crackling beneath your feet. If you're selling landscaping, what modality do you speak to? Visual. Imagine having your own green rolling lawn. Art supplies would require visual language. What about a restaurant? For a restaurant, I would go with the 2 modalities that are used least often, olfactory and gustatory. Olfactory, of course, is smell. Gustatory is taste. It certainly may also be kinesthetic, the feeling of being well fed. If you're going to sell the feeling you'll have when you leave the restaurant, then you probably will communicate kinesthetically. Okay, here's a toughie. What about an airline? Well, it depends. If you're selling the destination, you might speak visually, painting a picture of how beautiful or exotic the locale is. But if you're an airline selling the comfort of the flight, you should be speaking kinesthetically. Would you say, as you step onto the new American Airlines 777, you will notice the bright new decor and see how much extra space you have? No, that's visual. You'd say, as you sit down in your luxurious leather seat and stretch your legs as far as they can go, and you still can't reach the seat in front of you. Or if an airline is selling on time and reliability, what modality should they use? Kinesthetic. There, you're selling the reassurance, the safety, the comfort, the sense of well-being. Those are feelings, and feelings are kinesthetic. By the way, if you work for or own a radio station and you're advertising that station, which modality do you think you should stress? I'll give you a moment to think about that one. The answer is, when advertising your own radio station, you should speak kinesthetically, because you're selling not just audio and not just theater of the mind, you're selling an experience. Good radio affects people. It moves them in some way. So don't sell the sounds of your station. Sell the experience it promises to provide its listeners. Matching the modality of your targeted consumer is smart and can be very powerful. On the other hand, mismatching the modality can practically guarantee that your commercial has virtually no impact on your targeted audience. Earlier, I shared with you an example of an advertising person who was not speaking the client's language. The client obviously was highly auditory, while the advertising person was speaking visually. Is it really possible for someone who creates commercials to choose the wrong modality for the commercial itself? It sure is. Here's an example.
If the award-winning Epson Stylus C80 printer were a singer, it would give you all this color, all this detail, and with black text of up to 20 pages per minute, it would also give you all this speed. All this without ever missing a beat. Baby.
The Epson Stylus C80 printer has new DuraBrite inks for up to 70-year light resistance and incredible speed for just $149 after a $30 mail-in rebate. No wonder it just made a clean sweep of the industry's highest awards from PC Magazine, PC World, and Macworld. Come see it at Micro Center, Office Depot, Office Max, Staples, and Unitech.
Well, that was pretty creative, wasn't it? What are they trying to sell? Epson printers. How do you judge the results of a printer? Visually. Very few people purchase a printer because of the way it sounds or the way it feels when they touch it. People purchase printers because of the visual results the product offers, the printed pages. But this commercial uses the metaphor of a jazz singer for a printer. The results of a jazz singer are auditory. The results of a printer are visual. They have chosen an auditory metaphor for a visual product, which is not a particularly effective way to communicate their desired message to their target audience. We're almost at the end of this seminar, but just for fun, let's revisit two of the commercials we heard earlier. Notice whether or not you look forward to the anticipatory surprise in each one. First, there's this one from Dick Orkin.
You're here to what? To patent my new invention, the copy machine. I think that's already been invented. Aha. But my copier reduces, enlarges, and makes crisp, clean copies every single time. Fascinating. I call it Norms, that's my name, 300RE. Well, I call this the new Minolta 300RE. No, see, it says right here, Norms 300RE. You mean this masking tape with your name written in red crayon? That's it. Sir, this is the shoddiest ripoff I've ever seen. Yeah, well, that's what they said to Thomas Edison. Well, he actually invented something. Was it a copy machine that reduces legal-size paper to file size and can also enlarge? Oh, come on, you didn't invent this machine. Oh, yeah. Well, who did then? What does that say? Minolta 300RE. Uh-huh. What do you say for yourself, Mr.
Minolta.
What?
Norm Minolta, that's my name.
Get out here before I phone the cops.
That's what they said to Alexander Graham Bell.
The Minolta 300RE. Remember, it was our idea.
Did you look forward to the moment when the patent officer ripped off the masking tape, and then that brief but delicious pause before the other guy answered, Minolta, Norm Minolta? That's the power of anticipatory surprise. And then you might remember this spot that also contained a tasty surprise.
I love hardcore hard cider. When it's hot and I'm hot, I rub a cold bottle of it down my neck and across my chest, and I take a big, long drink and roll it around on my tongue.
I just asked if you liked it, Mom. Jeez.
Sometimes the most natural things
are the most disturbing.
I feel funny.
Hardcore hard cider. Just the right bite.
Did you find yourself looking forward to that moment when the teenage son first spoke? If so, you know firsthand the power of anticipatory surprise. This brings us to the end of hypnotic advertising. I hope you will feel free to apply these techniques to your writing, and when you find yourself marveling at how effective they are, you might even want to share some of your success stories with me. Of course, I'd never tell you to do that, but as I see you making a big new sale, or listening to a client rave about the results of that new campaign you created, and as you bask in the warm glow of your skillful application of these hypnotic advertising techniques, well, telling me about your successes would be as thrilling for me as the days when I was a kid during the hot summer months and the ice cream truck would come along. I'm Dan O'Day. Thanks for listening.